Took 15 votes for Kevin McCarthy to become Speaker of the House of Representatives. It may not have been historic, but it was a sight to behold. To finally become Speaker, Kevin McCarthy made all kinds of commitments to the MAGA extremists in his Republican Party. One of the promises he made to the hard-right holdouts in order to become Speaker was that House Republicans will use their razor-thin majority in the House to try to freeze federal spending in fiscal year 2024 to fiscal year 2022 levels. Let me bring that down in plain English. This means cutting $130 billion out of the federal budget that Congress just passed last month. $130 billion is nothing to sneeze at. Now, how are they going to do it? What's on the Republican agenda in terms of cuts? Speaker McCarthy won't say, neither will the House Republicans. What they have said is they plan to use the debt ceiling as leverage to try to get their way. What is the debt ceiling? Let me give an example. Last night you went to a restaurant with your family. You had a wonderful meal and you paid for it with a credit card. In a couple weeks you're going to get a bill from your credit card company saying now it's time to pay for that wonderful meal. That's our debt ceiling. If we don't pay those bills on a timely basis, it raises a question as to whether we're credible or reliable. And those people who loan us money, if they worry about whether the United States is going to pay its debts, are going to demand higher interest rates to protect their purchase of U.S. securities. That's the bottom line. We have never, underline, never defaulted on our national debt and debt ceiling in our history. And as a consequence, the United States enjoys a solid reputation for financial stability. Well, Speaker McCarthy has decided to put that on the chopping block. Let's get right up to the 11th hour and see if we're going to extend the debt ceiling. It's within his power to stop it, and that's his threat. What we've said to him is, if you have something, a plan for cutting spending or raising taxes, which is unlikely, if you have a plan for cutting spending, be honest with us. Tell us what it is. Some of the proposals are incredible. There's an actual proposal to create a federal, that's national, sales tax of, listen, 30%. 30% sales tax. So if that loaf of bread costs $5 at the grocery store, and in Springfield some of them do, instead of paying $5, you'll pay $6.50. Did you think prices were already going up for food in the grocery store? Tack on 30% and see how it feels. And the problem with this is not just the notion of a national sales tax of 30%. The problem is who will pay it. You think the richest people in the world give a toot about grocery bills? They don't. But folks that are struggling paycheck to paycheck, trying to feed hungry kids do. They can tell you week to week what's going on in the grocery store, and it's not very encouraging. So one of the Republican plans for reducing federal spending is creating a national sales tax of 30%. I'm not making this up. That is one of the proposals which Speaker McCarthy has agreed to call as part of his response to the debt of the United States. MAGA Republicans are threatening to use the creditworthiness of the United States as a bargaining chip in a political debate here on Capitol Hill. And I'm sorry to say, if they go the direction we expect they will, it'll go beyond a national sales tax. They're talking about cuts in some of the most important entitlement programs in our budget. What are those programs? Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, veterans benefits. The list goes on. And it gets down to the heart of this economy. It gets down to whether or not the vast majority of retirees in the United States of America will have enough money to get by. Their food bills are going up, their gasoline bills have gone up in the past, and this idea that we're going to cut Social Security benefits, the Republicans are on the wrong track. Refusing to pay America's bills for the first time actually won't cut the national debt. It'll end up in increasing interest rates, and it'll increase the debt by $150 billion, and that's just the start. Millions of Americans can lose their jobs. It can push us into a recession if we default on the debt. Workers with 401k plans would see huge losses in their retirement savings. And a new 30-year mortgage on a home would cost an additional $130,000 on average. People going to buy homes? Not likely. And people who own homes will see the value of those homes diminished, all because of this reckless strategy of confrontation by Speaker McCarthy. Mr. Speaker, 1/4 of our entire national debt, that's $8 trillion worth of debt, was accumulated during the administration of Donald Trump. 1/4 of the entire debt of the United States in its 230 years in existence, 1/4 of it accumulated in those 4 years. Of course, there was money spent on the COVID crisis, I understand that, but there was also a $2 trillion tax cut under President Donald Trump. Well, who got the tax cut? Most of it went to the wealthiest people in America and the biggest corporations. It's the tried and true Republican approach. Cut taxes on the rich and hope for the best. The last time the U.S. had a balanced federal budget, incidentally, was it a Republican president? No, it was a Democrat, Bill Clinton. The fiscal year 2001 federal budget had a $128 billion surplus. Remember what Republicans' fear about the deficit was back then? They told us, the Republicans claimed that paying down the national debt too quickly would hurt the economy. They were critical of us in either direction, either too much debt or not enough. So instead of using fiscal year 2001 surplus as a down payment on the national debt, Republicans, you guessed it, passed a huge tax cut in those days, overwhelmingly benefiting rich people and powerful corporations. They said, they always say this, those tax cuts will pay for themselves. The same bogus claim they make about all their big tax cuts for the wealthy. Instead, 7 years later, the last budget George W. Bush sent to Congress contained a $1.4 trillion deficit. Same thing happened when Ronald Reagan was president. Republicans passed huge tax cuts to the wealthy and promised that they would pay for themselves. If we can just get the rich a little richer, then working families will be better off. Instead, they produced the biggest budget deficits America had ever seen. So do they have a credibility on that side, a credibility gap on that side of the aisle when it comes to deficits? They sure do. Let Rich Lowry, the editor-in-chief of National Review, once the Bible of American conservatives, comment on what the MAGA strategy means. In an op-ed last week, he wrote, "It's very strange not to seriously pursue a deeply held goal when you have unified control of Washington, then to insist on trying to achieve much of it in one fell swoop when you barely have control of one chamber of Congress. But here we are. This is the Republican pattern." In the last fiscal year under President Biden and a Democratic majority, we actually reduced the deficit by $1.4 trillion, the largest one-year drop in American history, under President Biden. Democrats passed the Inflation Reduction Act to reduce the cost of health care, prescription drugs, and energy for American families, and to strengthen our nation's energy independence with safe, new energy solutions. The Inflation Reduction Act also cuts the deficit by more than $300 billion. We're not ignoring the problem. We're trying to address it seriously. The smart way to reduce the deficit, cut where you can, invest where you must, and make sure it's fair for middle-class and lower-income families, not a boondoggle for the super-rich in America. President Biden kept his promise to not raise taxes on anyone making over $400,000. Democrats added a 15% minimum tax for wealthy corporations. It just was hard to take that these wealthy corporations and profitable corporations were paying nothing in taxes. That's right, nothing, leaving the middle class to pick up the tab in America. Compare that to the new MAGA majority in the House. During their first week on the job, House Republicans proposed to increase the budget deficit by $100 billion by making it easier for wealthy individuals and big corporations to cheat on their taxes. Think about this. The Center on Budget and Policy Priorities says the IRS has 2,284 fewer skilled auditors to handle sophisticated returns of wealthy taxpayers than it did in 1954. 70 years ago, we have fewer auditors at the IRS. I believe the vast majority of Americans do their level best to file an honest tax return and pay their fair share of taxes. It boils my blood and theirs too. to think that the tax cheaters are getting off the hook because the cops are not on the beat. Historically, Republicans take away those auditors, take away the checks on the big wealthy individuals and corporations, and they, of course, are tempted to cheat. Why let that happen when the vast majority of American families are doing the right thing? House Republicans just voted for a bill that will add $100 billion to the deficit to take away these auditors. That is not a way to balance the budget, and it's not fair to American taxpayers. If that's not enough, as part of the deal, Speaker McCarthy also promised MAGA hardliners the House would vote on that jumbo-sized national sales tax, which I spoke about. As Grover Norquist, who is quite a conservative and quite a man on the issue of taxes, said, it's a political gift to Biden and the Democrats to consider a national sales tax. Well, we say if this is a gift, no thanks. In the last 2 years, America's economy broke records and created 11 million jobs, the strongest job creation in the history of this nation. The nation unemployment rate is near a 50-year low. Gas prices are finally coming down, inflation is just starting to ease, and the deficit is going down. We need to keep the country and economy moving in the right direction, not devastate Social Security and Medicare, and certainly not impose a national 30% sales tax. Speaker McCarthy is meeting with President Biden tomorrow for the first time since he became Speaker. He needs to show up not just with platitudes, but with a plan in writing as to what the Republicans want to put on the table. What is the Republican plan? Are they going to cut Social Security and Medicare? Mr. McCarthy said, no way on a Sunday talk show this weekend. But the math doesn't add up for his fiscal goals unless he goes after the entitlement programs. If you're going to do that, Speaker McCarthy, be honest with the American people. Are Republicans planning to slash money for education, health care, veterans, transportation, clean water? In the first 2 decades of this century, thanks in large part to the National Institute of Health, cancer deaths went down almost 1/3 in the United States, saving an estimated 3.5 million lives. Are we going to cut medical research, Mr. Speaker? Speaker McCarthy and MAGA Republicans need to level with the American people. Speaker McCarthy, my ask is very simple. Put your plan on the table. Mr. President, I yield the floor.
Where are you? Senator Durbin, yes.
Thanks, Debbie. 50 years ago, Justice Harry Blackmun, who had been the general counsel for Mayo Clinic in Minnesota, sat down in that building just across the street and wrote the decision in Roe versus Wade. He was tackling an issue which had not really been directly addressed by the court in a long time, if ever. And he tried to strike a balance to guarantee a constitutional right to access to abortion and reproductive health care, and based it on a trimester system. I'd have to really think hard if there was any decision handed down by the Supreme Court that was investigated so carefully, so closely, so often, reinterpreted by court after court, state after state, legislatures addressing it. You have to go back to cases like Dred Scott, Plessy, and Brown for a decision that was so carefully scrutinized for so many years, 50 years as a matter of fact. It wasn't until Donald Trump appointed 3 MAGA Republican justices to the Supreme Court that the bottom fell out and the pendulum swung on the court to eliminate Roe versus Wade. And in one fell swoop, Justice Alito turned this over to the states, and we know what happened since. Some 24 different states have either banned or severely limited a woman's access to reproductive health care. What's going to happen to those women? They're not the richest people in the world, many of them. They struggle to get by. And they may be faced with the prospect of trying to make a trip to some state that still is protecting a woman's right to choose. It's a hardship, it's a problem. But other things are going on too, which are equally concerning. I know Senator Wyden will address this. There are efforts underway in these states to make it even more difficult, if not to ban the abortion procedure. There are efforts underway to figure out a way to limit a woman's access to legally dispensed prescription drugs and over-the-counter medications. There are efforts underway to track women as they travel and come close to a clinic for assistance and to hold them legally liable. Is that your vision of America? It's not mine. My vision of America is Roe versus Wade. taking a controversial issue and coming up with a reasonable approach to it that guaranteed a constitutional right, and said the decision is ultimately to be made by the woman and her physician and her family. That is the way that should be. We come today determined to continue this battle. I will just tell you, the Republicans have got it wrong. They've had it wrong for a long time, and they happen to believe that they're on the right side of history. The last election proved that they were not. When the women across America reflected on what they had lost in the Dobbs decision, they were activated and energized to be participating in that election. I don't think it was a one and done. I think the women of America and their families are willing to fight again to bring Roe versus Wade's principles of the constitutional right to reproductive health care back as a major issue in the United States of America, as it should be. This time I'd like to introduce from Minnesota, the home of Justice Blackmun.
Majority Whip.
Are we at a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you. Mr. President, I have two separate statements here. The first I'd like to put on the record. Just over a week ago, a devastating earthquake rocked southern Turkey and parts of Syria. The devastation and loss have been heartbreaking. I'm glad that the Biden administration immediately offered American assistance and our help to rescue and discover the victims and survivors. That is what powerful and confident nations do in times of need. The Turkish people are resilient, and we will help them rebuild from this tragedy. And now, Mr. President, I'd like permission for the second statement to be placed in a separate part of the record.
Without objection.
Mr. President, on February 25th, 1 year ago, award-winning Chicago chef Tony Priolo woke up early to work out on his elliptical machine. He turned on his TV and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Bombs, gunfire, convoys of armored vehicles. Russia's war on Ukraine had begun. Chef Priolo thought of a young Ukrainian woman who had worked for a summer in one of his restaurants. He started wondering whether she and her family were safe. He asked himself, what can I do? And then he had an idea. He contacted the Illinois Restaurant Association and 30 of his closest chef friends in the area and said, let's use our talents to feed people and to feed the people of Ukraine who've been forced from their homes by this terrible war. Less than 3 weeks later, chefs representing 70 restaurants around Chicago dished out meals to a crowd of 2,000 people at an event called Chicago Chefs Cook for Ukraine. They sold out a rather large venue known as Navy Pier in Chicago. They raised $650,000 in that one night and another $200,000 after. They donated all of it to the World Central Kitchen, the nonprofit organization founded by chef and noted humanitarian Jose Andres. I had a chance to meet Chef Andres just a few weeks before the start of the war in Ukraine. I love that man. He's always so full of ideas and hope and determination. The chef came to America from Spain when he was 21 years old with nothing but a set of knives and $50. He's now an American citizen with an empire of award-winning restaurants. Through his work with World Central Kitchen, which he founded in 2010, Jose Andres also has earned a reputation as the world's leading, quote, first responder for food, close quote. Wherever disaster strikes, it seems the World Central Kitchen is there to feed hungry and displaced people, usually within 24 hours. For Chef Tony Priolo in Chicago, it wasn't enough, though, simply to raise money for the World Central Kitchen, as noble as that effort is. After the success of Chicago Cooks for Ukraine, Tony tracked down his former employee on Instagram and asked, "Are you okay?" She replied, "Not really. My mom and dog and I are hiding in the subway in Ukraine." So Tony decided he had to go to Ukraine himself, personally, and help. Two other star chefs from Chicago, Giuseppe Tintori and Paul Kahn, decided to join him. When one of Tony's regular customers heard that the chefs were paying for the trip to Poland and Ukraine out of their pocket, he said, "I have 5 million frequent flyer miles. I'll buy your tickets." They volunteered for a week last April, cooking from early morning to late at night, feeding hot meals to as many as 30,000 people a day at a Polish refugee camp just 6 miles from the border. Helping others was not new to Tony. He's known for his support of charity. including Meals on Wheels in Chicago, St. Jude's Hospital, and the Cystic Fibrosis Foundation. But what Tony saw in that refugee camp near the Polish-Ukrainian border broke his heart. An elderly couple appeared to have left everything they owned behind, now dependent on the kindness of strangers for even a simple glass of water and a meal. Terrified women and children who had been forced to flee their homes, carrying only what they could fit into suitcases and shopping bags. Often, Tony said, I had to look away to hide the tears. For his humanitarian work to aid Ukrainians displaced by war and his many other charitable endeavors, Chef Priolo was recently honored by Chicago Magazine as a Chicagoan of the Year, a well-deserved tribute. Around the same time that Chef Priolo was watching the horrors unfold last year, Senator Chris Coons of Delaware and I sat in a dark, nearly empty departure lounge in Vilnius, Lithuania, early one morning. We were there to express support for Lithuania, that small NATO member on the front line of democracy, who has a long history of Russian tyranny. And then while we sat, the unthinkable occurred in modern Europe. News broke that Russian dictator Vladimir Putin had launched a massive military invasion of Ukraine. It was an ill-fated throwback to the era when aggressor nations tried to seize their neighbor's territory by force, all in a blind pursuit of some warped Soviet nostalgia trip. Putin was willing to sacrifice the lives of thousands of Ukrainians and even Russians, the reputation of his country, and the international order established after the horror of World War II. Perhaps having listened to too many years of his own country's brainwashing propaganda, Putin also thought Ukraine would just fall into his lap in a matter of days or hours. He thought the transatlantic alliance and the community of democracies was this thing of the past and wouldn't dare respond. Well, he was wrong on every single front. The Ukrainian people repelled Putin's invasion. They heroically clawed back seized territory. They withstood brutal, deliberate attacks on civilian targets and critical infrastructure, war crimes by any standard of human conduct. They are united in their resistance to Russia and their desire to be free to choose their own path in the future. The United States and its allies around the world have stood together in support of Ukraine and against Russia. And NATO is on the cusp of adding 2 new formidable members, Finland and Sweden. President Biden deserves great praise for leading this global effort, and praise too to the American people for recognizing a courageous effort against tyranny and standing on the right side of history. But we should not lose sight of the crimes committed by Putin in the war, crimes for which he and his enablers must and will be held accountable. Entire villages have been destroyed. From Bucha to Izium to Kherson, there is evidence of horrific mass killing, torture, sexual violence against innocent people. Dead and mutilated bodies litter the street. Babies have been found in mass graves. Thousands have been abducted. These are the acts of a war criminal. That is why Congress recently strengthened our nation's tools for cooperation with the International Criminal Court when it comes to Ukraine. Why we recently enacted a bill I introduced entitled Justice for Victims of War Crimes. And it's why Congress provided $45 billion in aid to Ukraine in the most recent spending bill, a measure, thank goodness, with broad bipartisan support. Just like the Nuremberg trials after World War II, and more recently the International Criminal Tribunal for the former Yugoslavia, the world will hold Putin and the Russians accountable for unleashing war crimes and crimes against humanity in Ukraine. As President Biden said in his State of the Union address, the fight against tyranny in Ukraine is, quote, a test for the ages, a test for America, and a test for the world. We cannot fail. I agree with the President. We must continue to stand loyally by Ukraine. I'll close with a memory I'll never forget. It was the year 2014, 9 years ago. I was walking through Kiev's Maidan Square with my friend, the late Senator John McCain. It was a trip we made to the area, and he was a celebrity. John McCain stood by their side when others wouldn't. They loved him for it. And we started to walk into Maidan Square together. All around us were makeshift shrines dedicated to the victims killed during peaceful protests, simply asking for the opportunity to have a democracy. It was evident then, and reflective of what we've seen during the last year in Ukraine, the unshakable determination of the Ukrainian people to be free, to be able to democratically choose their own future, just as we do in the United States. Senator McCain understood it, and I stood by his side. It is long overdue that President Putin understands it as well. Until then, we will stand together with the Ukrainian people in that journey toward democracy. Mr. President, I yield the floor. Glad to recognize him.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Tennessee.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I did want to speak today. First, I want to welcome my former House colleague, Peter Welch. We worked together so well on the Energy and Commerce Committee, and I'm looking forward to working with him here. And I do want to thank Ranking Member Graham for his support as we've talked about the blue slip issues. Can't get it out. And as we've talked about the Casey Arrowood nomination, as I noted previously, one thing is very clear. Mr. Arrowood is exceptionally well qualified to be U.S. Attorney, and this committee has done the people of East Tennessee a disservice by depriving them of a U.S. Attorney because of baseless objections from the Democratic side of the aisle. Senator Hagerty and I worked in good faith with the White House on this and other U.S. Attorney nominees, and what happened with Mr. Arrowood is, in my opinion, unacceptable. Now, this situation is also indicative of the larger issues that Senator Hagerty and I have had with the White House and this committee with respect to Tennessee nominees. And I'm not going to rehash all the details of our Sixth Circuit nomination, but let's just say that Senator Hagerty and I were not meaningfully consulted by the White House at any step in that process. In that same vein, I associate myself with the previous remarks from Senator Graham regarding the blue slip process. Under the previous administration, the White House made significant efforts to work with Democrats to try and find a path forward on nominees, including with you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Hagerty and I, and consequently, the people of Tennessee have not been afforded that very same courtesy. You've hinted that Senate Democrats may do away with the blue slip in the district court level, at least under certain circumstances. But I would urge you to reconsider this. For over a century, this body has used the blue slip process for district court nominees to ensure that home state senators have a say in which individuals will serve in life tenure positions in their state's federal judiciary. The blue slip is essential to the Senate's constitutional obligation to provide advice and consent. If the Biden White House feels that the blue slip has become an impediment to confirming federal judges, I do have a suggestion to make. Instead of doing away with blue slips for district court nominees to push through radical progressive judges, nominate individuals who will faithfully and impartially enforce and apply the Constitution and our laws as they are written. If this White House can do that, I would assure you, you'll have a lot more senators returning blue slips. Mr. Chairman, I also want to speak on the Brubaker and Ramsey nominations.
We'll move to nominations in just a moment as soon as the appropriate number arrived.
Well, since we do not have the appropriate number, I was hopeful we could use that time in order to be heard.
Certainly. Go proceed, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I noted a few weeks ago, you set a new standard when you allowed Mr. Arrowood's nomination to lapse, and I'll be sure to apply that standard to each and every U.S. attorney nominee that is going to come before this committee. The question that I will ask myself on each of these nominees is this: is this U.S. Attorney nominee more objectionable than Mr. Arrowood was? Now, it is clear to me that both of today's nominees don't pass this test. Ms. Brubaker has described herself as a, and I'm quoting, prison abolitionist, her term, and participated in an effort to set aside the sentence of a man convicted of triple homicide. And there are significant concerns about possible conflicts of interest with Mr. Ramsey regarding his representation of a defendant charged with public corruption. Applying your standard, Mr. Chairman, I cannot allow these two U.S. Attorney nominees to be voice voted this morning, and I request that they be held over.
They've already been held over.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Coons?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we wait for enough senators to join, I just briefly wanted to talk about the 5 pieces of legislation we will take up today, if I might.
Proceed. President, I have a few statements I'd like to make this morning, but I would like to respond to the Republican leader's statement that he just completed. I'm not naive when it comes to Iran. I know what's happening there from press reports. Their treatment of women is abominable. There's no excuse for it, and the protests in the streets of Tehran and all across that country really are an expression of human dignity, which the United States support, at least I as a senator in the United States, supports publicly. Secondly, there are no excuses for the assistance Iran is giving to Vladimir Putin in his ruthless attack on the people of Ukraine. I won't make excuses for that or any other terrorist conduct by Iran. But for the record, it was President Obama who moved forward with the notion that we ought to stop Iran from developing nuclear weapons. They're guilty of bad conduct in many quarters, but we didn't want them to have a nuclear weapon. We didn't think it made America any safer, the Middle East safer, or our allies like Israel any safer either. And so President Obama pushed for arms control when it came to the development of nuclear weapons in Iran, and put together a coalition which sounds amazing today. To think that he could gather at one table in this effort Russia, China, Great Britain, France, the European Union, and the United States in this effort to stop the Iranians from developing a nuclear weapon was nothing short of a political miracle. Resisted every step of the way by the Republicans. They didn't want to have this. We did it anyway. And with this nuclear effort was an inspection team, international inspection team, on the ground in Iran to make sure they didn't violate it. We were safer, not by much, but we were safer then. And who came along but President Donald Trump and said his approach would be just the opposite. We're going to eliminate the whole program to stop Iran from developing a nuclear weapon. And he did. And so for the Republicans to come before us today and argue that we're not being tough enough on Iran, I'd like to tell them, I'm not going to make excuses for Iran and its foreign policy, but their nuclear weapons, we had a chance to do something about, and some of us voted for it, some of us voted against it. And I think that ought to be a matter of public record. School board meetings if they disagreed with school policy. I read it to protect the members of the school board who in my state and others have been threatened with their lives, intimidated to the point where they resigned from the school boards because of the coercion that was being extended toward them. Also, I can't understand this theory that what happened in the Capitol building on January 6th was so innocent. It was far from innocent. I believe some 800 have been prosecuted. Does the deputy know the number?
Over 1,000, Senator.
Over 1,000 have been prosecuted.
Charges brought, excuse me, Chairman, over 1,000 charges brought.
Over 1,000 charges brought. It is hard to imagine that anyone could keep a straight face and say they stepped in through a broken window for a sightseeing tour of the Capitol. That is incredible. What happened that day, 150 members of law enforcement were assaulted, some very seriously, suffering injuries they're still trying to recover from. And there was also the reality that a number of people died as a result of that insurrection. The fact that it happened January 6th was no coincidence. January 6, 2021, if I'm not mistaken, I know I'm not mistaken, was the day chosen when we counted electoral votes to establish who would be the President of the United States. There was an effort by those who denied the results of that election to question its results, and I can tell you that that was even witnessed yesterday by the compromise or settlement that resulted in Fox News paying close to $800 million as a fine to Dominion Corporation that manufactures election machinery, on the premise that there were misstatements made on the air about what happened that day. I hope that this has been brought to rest, this whole question of the legitimacy of the election in 2020, but it still is being played out. I'd like to say a word, if I can, about Section 702. Section 702 is a device or procedure used by our government to keep us safe. I believe that is the premise of it, to make sure that if we suspect that someone overseas wishes us ill or is going to do something in a negative way, we learn that ahead of time and stop it from happening. That is a noble and proper goal for it to pursue. The reality is, though, in the process of intercepting messages from foreigners, we often involve Americans in the same conversation, millions of them. And the question is, are those Americans losing their constitutional rights for due process by the 702 procedure? I have voted against 702 consistently in the past, but I've been assured there will be efforts made by this administration to put in safeguards so that innocent civilians will be protected from losing their constitutional rights in this process. I hope we can work together on that goal ultimately to be achieved. So there are many issues before us. I thank you for your patience.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, you have taken a second round of questioning.
No, it wasn't
I would
a
ask
second
for
round
one.
of question. That was a chairman's statement.
Well, you also asked questions, and you offered a moment ago an opportunity for a second round.
Oh,
and I would
didn't.
certainly
No, I did-
appreciate that.
I did not offer for a second
Okay,
round.
so your rules are you get a second round of questioning and no one else does?
No, the rules are you don't make them up. I'm the chairman.
You make them up.
I appreciate the Deputy Attorney General appearing before the committee.
You're continuing your pattern, Mr. Chairman.
Well, you're continuing your deportment. I'd like to conclude today's hearing by sharing the words of a leader I deeply admire. I had a chance to meet with him last year. Sadly, I fear I may not have that privilege again. His name is Vladimir Kara-Murza, a fearless Russian dissident and a champion for democracy. On Monday, Mr. Kara-Murza was sentenced to 25 years in prison by Russia for speaking out against Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Last week, the Washington Post published his final testimony in the sham trial. Mr. Kara-Murza said, and I quote, "I know that the day will come when the darkness over our country will dissipate, when a war will be called a war, and a usurper is a usurper, and when those who kindled and unleashed this war, rather than those who tried to stop it, will be recognized as criminals. This day will come as inevitably as spring follows even the coldest winter." Mr. Kara-Murza may not live to see justice for Russia's crimes against Ukraine, but he is absolutely right. That day will come. It's only a question of when. And we in this Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I have two statements for the record that I'm going to enter into the record, but I'd like to say my debt of gratitude to the senator from Massachusetts. You know, members of the Senate go to parades and salute the military, and we give speeches on the floor about how much we appreciate them and their sacrifice. This is an illustration of the Senate at its worst. We should be standing behind these men and women who have given their lives to our country, who have risked their lives for our country, some earning Bronze Stars, Purple Hearts for doing it. Listen, I want to tell you, if we are respecting these men and women, we should give them the promotions they've worked their whole lives to achieve, and in so doing, keep our military the strongest in the world. I respect these men and women, and I think what's happening on the floor of the Senate is not only dangerous, but it is insulting. That is the only word that can be used for one senator to hold up 184 men and women and their promotions in the military. I never thought I'd see that day on the United States Senate. Whatever the reason, it's time to bring this charade to an end. We can debate the policy in the committee and on the floor, whatever we wish, But when it comes to these individuals, do not hold these men and women in the military hostage to the political debate on the floor of the United States Senate. I commend the senator from Massachusetts for raising these issues.
Mr. President.
The Judiciary Committee will come to order. I know a number of senators are going to the joint session with the President of South Korea, so I'll keep my remarks brief. Today's agenda includes one judicial nominee. I hope to voice vote. Our agenda also includes one U.S. Attorney nominee who's been listed on the agenda for the first time today and will be held over. The nominee who's being listed for the first time and held over is Eric Olshan, nominated to be U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Pennsylvania. We also have 5 additional judicial nominees and 3 bills on the agenda dealing with the issue of kids' online safety that will be held over again. I know our offices are working hard on this legislation. I look forward to moving these bills next week. With that, I turn to Ranking Member Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All I can say is that about 10 days from now, the Biden administration is going to repeal Title 42 authority to deport illegal immigrants. It's going to create a massive infusion of more illegal crossings, and this can be prevented. And all of us on this side would urge the Biden administration to reconsider and would solicit your support in that regard.
Thank you, Senator Graham. I'm ready to sit down with you and any others who want to talk about constructive solutions to this. I think you're right. We're reaching a point that's going to be a inflection point in the history of this issue. We'll now turn to the vote. First is Amanda Brailsford, nominated to the District of Idaho. She's a native Idahoan with significant experience in criminal and civil law matters. Since 2019, she served as judge on the Idaho Court of Appeals. Before joining the bench, she worked in private practice, specializing in complex civil litigation. Has the strong support of Senators Crapo and Risch, who worked in good faith with the White House to expeditiously fill this vacancy. As I've mentioned before, during the Trump administration, Democratic senators signed 110 blue slips. So far, there have been 17 blue slips signed by Republicans during the Biden administration. I plead with my colleagues to make a good faith effort to sit down and see if they can reach an agreement with the White House on nominees. I look forward to seeing this nominee confirmed. I understand we can have a voice vote. All those in favor of Amanda K. Brailsford to be district judge in the District of Idaho, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair of the ayes have it. The majority of the members present voting in the affirmative, the ayes have it, and the nomination will be favorably reported to the floor. Unless there's another item of business to come before the committee, we stand adjourned. Quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
Mr. President, always ready, always there. That's the motto of the Illinois National Guard, and for 300 years, in times of war and peace, it has lived up to that promise. As the Illinois National Guard celebrates its 300th anniversary, we thank our citizen soldiers for their service and their sacrifice. If you want to see the selfless character of the Illinois National Guard, just take a look around the Senate, because you'll spot my colleague, Senator Tammy Duckworth, former Lieutenant Colonel Tammy Duckworth of the Illinois Air National Guard. Senator Duckworth almost gave her life when the Black Hawk helicopter she was co-piloting was hit by an RPG in Iraq. But it didn't diminish her will to serve our state and our nation, and I'm lucky to have her as my colleague. Illinois National Guard traces its history of service to May 9th, 1723, when a local militia completed its first exercise in Kaskaskia, Illinois. Back then, Illinois was still a French territory. Since then, the citizen soldiers of the Illinois National Guard have protected our state and nation at home and abroad. When the Mississippi River overflows its banks, when we're faced with other natural disasters, it's the Guard that we call, and its members have served with honor and distinction throughout its history. During the American Revolution, Illinois militia members fought under the heroic command of Colonel George Rogers Clark to oust the British from Illinois. Illinois' most famous member of the National Guard was a man named Abraham Lincoln, who served during the Black Hawk War in the 1830s. During the Mexican-American War, a young Army officer served as assistant quartermaster in the 21st Illinois Infantry Regiment. He went on to lead the Union forces to victory in the Civil War. His name was Ulysses S. Grant. Later, Illinois' 370th Infantry Regiment earned the distinction of being the only Army unit commanded mainly by African-American officers in World War I. And members of the Illinois Army National Guard served bravely in World War II, the Korean War, Vietnam War, Operation Desert Storm, Iraq, and Afghanistan. More recently, Illinois National Guard members were activated during the COVID-19 pandemic as the world grappled with that virus. And after the Capitol, the United States Capitol, was attacked on January 6th, National Guard members were dispatched to help restore order. In the most challenging times, the Illinois National Guard continues to be always ready, always there. I'm confident they will be for many years to come. This month, their sacrifices are remembered throughout our state, and on behalf of a grateful state and nation, I want to commend Major General Rich Neely, the Adjutant General of the Illinois National Guard, and all the men and women of the Illinois National Guard on the occasion of this momentous anniversary. I ask consent that the second statement I have be placed in a separate part in the record.
Without objection.
We've sure learned a lot since the Dobbs decision was handed down. Roe versus Wade was controversial, but after 15 years, we had reached something of a balance in terms of what was allowed and what wasn't allowed on a national basis. Then came the Dobbs decision and the repeal overruling of Roe versus Wade. And for the first time in the history of the United States, a constitutional right which women had enjoyed for 50 years was removed from the law. Never has happened before. The American people have united together in support of the belief that reproductive rights are a fundamental right and that extremist politicians have no business dictating the health care decisions of women and their doctors. Just a few days ago, Republican lawmakers in 2 states failed to pass restrictive abortion laws, and they were not blue states, far from it. South Carolina and Nebraska. Cheers actually erupted outside the Nebraska legislature when the proposed abortion ban failed. To some, the failure of these abortion bans in Republican-controlled states may be surprising, but if you've been paying attention over the last year since the Dobbs decision was handed down, it's no surprise. In the months since that decision, at least a dozen states have enacted near total bans on abortion, and the number of horror stories that are emerging from those states is staggering. Stories of rape victims as young as 10 years of age being denied health care because of restrictive state laws governing abortion. An 11-year-old victim of sex trafficking also denied an abortion under one of these state laws. Stories of women being forced to flee their home states to access basic reproductive care service. Stories of pregnant women suffering miscarriages being turned away by doctors until their lives are at risk. Because these abortion bans are so vague and so poorly written that healthcare providers are afraid to provide life-saving care until the women are in an extreme situation. And the laws surrounding abortion and miscarriage management seem to be changing almost on a weekly basis. So much confusion and chaos. Now, one of the most striking features of the Dobbs decision itself was the almost complete absence of discussion of one subject. The subject, women. In a 79-page ruling, women received a few paragraphs from Justice Alito on the Supreme Court. This author of the majority opinion defended his disregard for women's lives by arguing it's, quote, hard for anyone, Justice Alito said, and in particular for this court, to assess the effect of the abortion rights on society and on the lives of women. That's from the man who wrote the decision, the Dobbs decision that repealed Roe versus Wade. Said it was kind of difficult to assess the impact it would have on the lives of women. He was sure right about that. Mr. President, perhaps the court's conservative majority should have paid closer attention to the briefs filed by medical professionals like the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists and the American Medical Association, who gave Justice Alito and the majority on the Supreme Court fair warning about what was going to happen, an immediate healthcare crisis across America. Sadly, their prediction turned out to be true. Now, last week, as you'll remember, in the Judiciary Committee, we had an historic hearing about the horrific consequences of the Dobbs decision. One of our witnesses I still remember to this day, It was one of the most compelling pieces of testimony I've ever seen. Her name is Amanda Zorowski. She gave one of the most heartbreaking presentations I'd ever heard. Amanda lives in Texas, you see, one of the first states with a near total ban on abortion that took effect after Dobbs. She endured 18 months of fertility treatments in a desperate attempt so that she and her husband could become pregnant. When she finally did, her husband was over the moon. So excited and so happy, they named their soon-to-be little girl Willow. Last August, in the second trimester of her pregnancy, Amanda didn't feel right. She called her doctor and told her to come in as quickly as possible. After an exam, Amanda and her husband received a heartbreaking diagnosis. Her cervix had dilated prematurely. The loss of her baby was inevitable. Amanda asked what could be done, what was the right thing to do for the respectful passing of her baby, and to protect herself so that maybe there'd be another attempt and she could become pregnant again. To her shock, her doctors in Texas told her there was nothing they could do because of the state's new anti-abortion law. Laws that threaten doctors with fines up to $100,000 and up to 99 years in prison and losing their medical license. Amanda's doctors tried to find another hospital nearby that could possibly help her. Those hospitals all had the same response. Because of Texas' new anti-abortion law, they refused to do anything to provide care for Amanda. She told our committee, and I quote, "People have asked why we didn't get on a plane or in our car and go to a state where the laws aren't so restrictive. But we live in the middle of Texas," she said, "and the nearest sanctuary state is at least an 8-hour drive. Developing sepsis, which can kill a person quickly, in a car in the middle of the West Texas desert or 30,000 feet above the ground is a death sentence, and it's not a choice we should have had to even consider. So all we could do was wait." She waited 3 agonizing days, developing a raging fever and dangerously low blood pressure. Sepsis had set in. Her husband had rushed her to the hospital. Several hours later, her daughter arrived as predicted, stillborn. Amanda spent the next 3 days in intensive care in the hospital, fighting for her own life. She has spent the last 8 months battling trauma and depression from this experience, as well as the medical fallout from delayed treatment, including complications which may make it difficult for her ever to bear a child. That's the new law in Texas. It almost killed her. During last week's hearing, we also heard from a Dr. Nisha Verma. She's an OBGYN. She's chosen to stay in practice in Georgia despite knowing that, quote, Georgia's laws threaten to make her a criminal for providing life-saving care to her patients. Dr. Verma told our committee, "Imagine looking someone in the eye and saying, I have all the skills and all the tools to care for you, but the state's politicians have told me I can't lift a finger." She reminded us that the United States already has the highest maternal mortality rate of any wealthy nation. Restrictive abortion laws, she said, are making pregnancy even more dangerous for American women. Regrettably, some of our Republican colleagues tried to make last week's hearing about something they called late-term abortions and partial birth abortions, both medically inaccurate terms. In their fear-mongering, what they neglected to note is that abortions after 21 weeks of pregnancy account for less than 1% of abortions in America, according to the Center for Disease Control. They also failed to acknowledge that in the very rare instance when abortion happens late in pregnancy, it's generally because a woman's life is in danger, or a fatal fetal anomaly has been discovered, or because a woman wasn't able to get an abortion earlier due to restrictive state laws. And as Dr. Verma correctly noted, hypotheticals of patients seeking an abortion until the moment of birth, quote, does not reflect the reality of abortion. It simply doesn't happen, this doctor said. For nearly 50 years, abortion opponents said their only goal was to return the right to decide abortion laws to the states. It's now clear that that was not true. Dismantling Roe versus Wade was always the first step. The real goal is to systematically strip away access to abortion nationwide, and that's exactly what they're trying to do. For example, many congressional Republicans submitted a brief urging one federal judge in Texas to issue a nationwide injunction blocking the use of a medication abortion pill, mifepristone, a drug the FDA approved more than 20 years ago, found to be safe and effective, safer than Tylenol. Congress needs to stop this chaos. The bill, Women's Health Protection Act, will restore the protection of abortion access across the country consistent with Roe versus Wade. That testimony about what that young mother went through in Texas was an eye-opener. I couldn't help but think of my own daughter and my family and what I would have done if she was in a situation where she faced death and had to be sicker for the doctors to finally act and save her life. She waited 3 days in that intensive care unit to finally survive and go on with her life, but her life may never be the same. I pray that she'll have an opportunity to have another child someday. But it gets down to the bottom line, Mr. President, and I think you understand it as well as I do. I'm an attorney, I'm not a doctor, and if I'm asked to make a decision about something as complicated as what to do with a 10-year-old who happens to have been a victim of rape and pregnant, I'm going to think twice and ask people who know what to do for a living, medically trained people who can make the right decision for the people that are involved in that process. To sit here in state after state and have these decisions being made, for instance, to say you can't have an abortion 6 weeks, anytime after 6 weeks of pregnancy. I know enough about that experience from my own family experience that many women will never know the answer to that question in the first 6 weeks. And yet the law is being written by politicians and legislators who think they know better. Many of them couldn't consider passing any courses in medical school, but they're going to write medical law now and in fact insert into the examination room and the emergency room state elected officials who are going to be hovering over those doctors and threatening them with $100,000 fines and 99 years in prison if they guess wrong. What have we come to in this country? I mean, I think the American people understand how desperate we are at this point with the chaos that we face. I can only hope that the election will make a difference, and I think it will. I really sense there is a realignment in this country. The women in particular, but many families are deciding that the Republicans have just gone too far with the Dobbs decision. And what's happening across this country is not only chaotic, it is immoral. It is immoral to have a young woman like Amanda face death when she was trying to do everything possible to have a baby and be a mother, and then had the terrible diagnosis which told her little child was not going to live. That's the reality of where we are today. I hope that the Senate Judiciary Committee can continue to bring this item before the American people so they can hear clearly what we face after the Dobbs decision by the Supreme Court. And I yield the floor. Mr. President, the National Institutes of Health here in the Washington, D.C. area is the leading health research agency in the world. And we're very proud of that fact. One of the leaders of the NIH through presidents of both political parties was Dr. Francis Collins, who still is part of the Biden administration. But as head of NIH, he really brought the research capacity of that agency to a historic high. I visited him about 6 years ago and said, what can I do as a member of the Senate to help you when it comes to medical research? He said, well, the researchers that we count on to come through with the breakthroughs in medical research are never sure what Congress is going to do. Are you going to fund us this year as much money as last year, or are you going to cut our budgets? And some of the researchers give up even on promising projects because they're uncertain about their future. He said, the best thing you can do, Senator, is to get 5% real growth in the spending at the National Institutes of Health year in, year out. I said, Dr. Collins, I'll take you up on that. So I came back here to the Senate and discovered that the person I needed to win to my point of view on this was a Republican senator by the name of Roy Blunt from Missouri. He chaired the Appropriations Subcommittee, which funded that agency. So I went to Roy and I said, here's what Dr. Collins said. We all respect him. For a man who discovered the human genome, we should respect him. And he thinks 5% real growth can make a difference. Roy Blunt, Republican, said, I need to have Lamar Alexander, another Republican senator, on my side, and you need to make sure that Patty Murray is on your side. I said, well, I'm sure she is, but I'll double check. So we put together a team of 4 of us, 2 Democrats and 2 Republicans, and we did it. 5% real growth in the budget of NIH about 6 years ago. The response was positive across the nation. Researchers said, if this is going to be the future, we're going to stick with our research to see what we can find to help people alleviate suffering. And so our team put together an effort that raised the annual budget of the National Institutes of Health from $30 billion to $40 billion. It was a bipartisan effort and a good effort. Luckily, some of the research that they had undertaken was of practical value to families across America during the coronavirus epidemic. And so we felt pretty good about it. Now let me switch to another topic. One of the most insidious diagnoses that a person can get is to learn that they have brain cancer, glioblastoma. There are 14,000 Americans each year who are diagnosed with brain cancer. It usually gives them 2 years to live when they receive that diagnosis. 14,000 Americans each year. Ironically, coincidentally, it seems to have touched this body more than most. It was glioblastoma that took the life of Teddy Kennedy and John McCain and one of our great friends in the Democratic cloakroom, Tim Mitchell. I don't know why. I don't know if that's just a coincidence, but it certainly drove home to all of us what a serious diagnosis this is, glioblastoma, brain cancer. Now I'm going to delve into territory here where my education has not prepared me. I'm a liberal arts major and a law degree, and I'm going to be talking a little bit about science, but luckily I'm going to be reading it, so I'll make sure I get it right. One of the real obstacles to treating brain cancer is what's known as the blood-brain barrier. You can inject a medicine into an ordinary person, and it will flow through their veins, but it won't get into the brain. So the treatment of many brain cancers is very basic, surgery. Try to remove the tumor with surgery. But the problem is, of course, surgery can't capture every errant cancer cell that might be flowing through your brain, and eventually the brain cancer overcomes even surgical attempts. So there's always been a barrier, the blood-brain barrier, that treatment has been dealing with and trying to find a way to get into the brain with chemotherapy. Good news. The good news is that this morning it was announced that Northwestern University, which I'm proud to represent in the city of Chicago, has made some breakthroughs. If you'll bear with me for a moment, I want to make sure I state this properly. For the first time, previously unusable chemotherapy drugs reached brain tumors in humans after a cutting-edge procedure at Northwestern University in Chicago. Doctors achieved the breakthrough with an innovative mix of ultrasound and microbubbles that opened the blood-brain barrier to allow the drugs to pass through. Dr. Adam Sonnabend, one of the co-lead investigators, said, this is a starting point to open the doors for 95% of the drugs that you're usually not even considered for treating brain disease. The Northwestern team released a report on the use of the procedure to treat 17 patients with glioblastoma, the most common and malignant form of brain cancer that's been viewed as incurable. The treatment led to 4- to 6-fold increase in drug concentrations in the patient's brains, the researchers said. Dr. Sonnabend goes on to explain the situation. The blood-brain barrier blocks many drugs used to treat cancer, also blocks the dye that they were using to see if they could finally go through this barrier. Dr. Sonnabend said, when he injected the dye while using the new ultrasound procedure, the dye appeared first in patients' blood vessels, but then it passed the blood-brain barrier to spread into the brain. The patient's brain lit up in an X-ray that was taken during this procedure to show the effectiveness of this approach. Dr. Roger Stupp, S-T-U-P-P, chief of neuro-oncology at Northwestern, Feinberg School of Medicine, also helped lead the project. He said, "This is the first trial that is taken to the next level with chemotherapy drugs that you ordinarily could not use for brain tumors. In glioblastoma patients, cancer cells scattered through the brain surrounding a tumor inevitably linger after surgery," the doctor said. "They've been impossible to get to. Now we have an avenue that might be promising to start dealing in more effective ways, not only with brain cancer, but also with Parkinson's and Alzheimer's." It's amazing to me. It literally made my day to read that story, that these researchers, funded by the National Institutes of Health here in Washington, may have finally come through with the ultimate breakthrough that will allow us to treat brain cancer more effectively. Can you imagine the hope this creates in the hearts and minds of so many families who have a victim of brain cancer in the family? Now, why do I raise this on the floor other than to tell you, I think, a fascinating and important story? I do it because it's a political issue. You just heard the Republican leader of the Senate come forward and tell us that he supports the proposal by the House Republicans on budget cuts. Do you know what the House Republican budget does to medical research at the NIH? Let me read it to you. They propose ending the bipartisan commitment to the National Institute of Health by cutting more than $10 billion in 2024. That's 25% of the budget for medical research, and more than $100 billion over the next 10 years. That will shutter hundreds of labs across the country, lead to fewer drugs being developed for cancer, diabetes, serious mental illness, and other devastating conditions. It will decimate American biotechnology innovation and economic growth. And sadly, it will allow China to become the global leader in biomedical R&D. So when we talk about the budget here and budget cuts, and they say we're just going to cut $10 billion, we got to step back and say, but what does that do for medical research in America? We take a step backwards. The hard bipartisan work that brought us to $40 billion is wiped away overnight. Researchers like those at Northwestern may lose heart and worry whether or not there's enough money to continue their research projects and innovation. And what will we lose in terms of the quality of life? We lose the opportunity to come up with the cures that people count on. That's why this means so much to me. It's a small part of the cut that's been proposed by the Republicans in the House, but it's a part that troubles me the most. We've got to keep our commitment to medical research for the good of this nation and for the families that count on us to make certain we come up with new cures. We are blessed in America to have the best researchers on earth. I'd take them over any other country, and most Americans would. But are we going to stand by them, or are we going to make the deep cuts in areas like medical research as part of this political debate? Mr. President, I ask permission to speak on a separate topic, one challenge after another. From the COVID pandemic to Putin's invasion of Ukraine to supply chain snarls and persistent inflation. And though America's economy has remained resilient in the face of these challenges, it is not invincible. We received a reminder of that just a few days ago, when financial regulators took swift action to prevent a catastrophe. Over the weekend, federal regulators seized a major bank that was teetering on the brink of collapse, First Republic, and sold it to J.P. Morgan Chase. These actions not only protected First Republic's depositors, they could have saved our economy from potential recession. Why do I say that? Well, First Republic was the third major bank to fail in 2 months. In fact, it was the second largest bank failure since 2008. So think about what could have happened had regulators failed to contain the damage of First Republic's collapse. Today, we will be reading headlines about panicky investors, panicky depositors, and turmoil throughout the financial system. Thankfully, we avoided that outcome. And it's because the government had the good sense to step in and maintain confidence in the banking system. Now federal regulators stepped in to protect our economy when the crisis at hand was a bank with $229 billion in assets. But that $229 billion bank asset pales in comparison to a much larger undertaking we're facing in Washington today, the future of America's $23 trillion economy. Right now, in the U.S. House of Representatives, Speaker McCarthy is threatening our economy with the first ever federal debt default, the first time ever in our history. And let's put Speaker McCarthy's dangerous gamble in context. Just days ago, some of the smartest financial minds in the world were convinced that a $229 billion bank could mean the difference between financial stability and financial calamity. Well, that's $229 billion is a tiny fraction of the $23 trillion economy that Speaker McCarthy is gambling with. We're only weeks away from the deadline of July 1st. That's when Secretary Yellen says America could default on our federal debt. So every day that the House Republicans refuse to perform the most basic responsibility of government, paying our bills, they are spreading uncertainty throughout the global economy. That uncertainty is dangerous and costly. Over the past few years, our nation has emerged from the depths of a once-in-a-century pandemic. We've navigated one market disruption after another, and today we're finally moving in the right direction. But now Speaker McCarthy in the House wants to throw all of that historic progress away. Why? To please the most radical members of his party. The debt ceiling proposal House Republicans passed last week is not a budget. It is a MAGA manifesto. It is a ransom note to the American people. Either suffer the disastrous consequences of a debt default or face devastating cuts in services and programs that millions of Americans rely on every day. Mr. President, I just left a hearing on the Appropriations Subcommittee on Health and Human Services. Appearing before that committee was the National Institutes of Health. This is the premier medical research agency in the world. Of 500 plus new prescription drugs, they're responsible for almost all of them, the basic research. And just this week, we had an announcement, a dramatic announcement in Chicago. Northwestern University doing medical research, and I'm going to try to state this properly as a liberal arts trained lawyer when I get into medicine and science. But they have finally found a way to successfully breach the blood-brain barrier. What does it mean? We had two of our most famous senators in modern time, Ted Kennedy, John McCain, both pass away because of glioblastoma, brain cancer. You understand that personally more than any other member of this body. And we watched as they went through surgery, which was the only technique that could be used on this brain cancer, in an attempt to remove the tumor and all of the cancer cells. Well, naturally and unfortunately, that process is not as good as it should be. And tumor brain cells remained and ultimately took their lives. Well, now these doctors at Northwestern have found a way to breach this blood-brain barrier so that they can apply chemotherapy drugs to the brain directly. It is a dramatic development that could have applications as well when it comes to Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. That was discovered this week because of an NIH grant, a National Institute of Health grant. Millions of dollars to these researchers that could transform the way we treat brain cancer in America as well as Parkinson's and Alzheimer's. So what does Speaker McCarthy want to do with the budget of this agency, the National Institute of Health? He wants to cut it by 20 to 25%. That is an outrage to think that we would forestall the research which could save lives and alleviate suffering across America. The fact that our leadership in the world in medical research would be jeopardized because of gamesmanship by Speaker McCarthy on the issue of the debt ceiling. His proposal for a budget, if you want to call it that, is a MAGA manifesto. They don't care. They're determined to preserve the Trump tax cuts at any expense. And when you look at cutting 20 to 25% of medical research, it's true that they will go to an extreme. What would debt default look like? Well, it would wipe out also trillions of dollars in savings by families across America, and the 401ks would take a beating. It would kill millions of jobs and force businesses to grind to a halt, and it would send our economy into a recession. Does Speaker McCarthy believe that any of us were sent to Washington to achieve that goal? Defaulting would send interest rates soaring, making costs like credit cards and mortgages even more expensive. It's a non-starter, but so is accepting any of the destructive cuts which I've described. Their MAGA manifesto would cause needless suffering all across America. It would hurt virtually everybody in this nation except the top 1%, which would have their Trump tax cut preserved. To start, this Republican bill would decimate funding for America's veterans, eliminating 80,000 jobs in the Veterans Health Administration, and threaten housing and food security for them as well. This proposal would also wipe out 30,000 law enforcement and Border Patrol jobs. Next week, we've got a watershed event occurring on the border. I'm sure you're aware of it as the presiding officer represents the state of New Mexico. The question is what's going to happen when we eliminate Title 42? Are we going to have an onslaught of thousands of people seeking asylum in this country, and are we ready for them? I have heard many members of the Senate from the other side of the aisle suggest they're unhappy with the situation. I am too, but we need to respond to it in an orderly, direct fashion. Defunding Border Patrol agents is a ridiculous outcome, and to think that Speaker McCarthy would defund Border Patrol agents in this country at this moment in history is just not sensical at all, nonsensical. I would just say that when it comes to the defunding of police and border control agents, it's a bad idea, even if it comes from a Republican speaker. And if this proposal became law, I might add the proposal by McCarthy for his budget. We would also cut 1 million senior citizens of Meals on Wheels. What does this program do? For many of our elderly citizens, particularly those who are in a compromised medical state, this is the only contact, the social contact they have each day, perhaps with the mailman as well. That's it. And to eliminate this Meals on Wheels in order to preserve the tax cut by the Trump administration is just unfair. Let me tell you what the cuts would mean in my state of Illinois. The Republican proposal would force 13,000 children in our state to lose child care and preschool. It would strip food assistance from 55,000 women, infants, and children. Does that make any sense at all? And it would threaten medical care for more than 186,000 veterans in Illinois. 50,000 seniors would lose their Meals on Wheels in my state. Yesterday, my office heard from the Greater Chicago Food Depository, a food bank that's one of the best that provides meals to seniors and families. Here's what one of their staff members said, and I quote, "These proposed cuts are coming at a time when the need we're seeing in the community is as high as it was during the beginning days of COVID. Families are really struggling." These are the families that Speaker McCarthy would abandon with his MAGA manifesto. And for what purpose is he doing this? I'll tell you. To keep tax cuts for the wealthiest people and the most profitable corporations in place. Another windfall for the well-off. We can and we should debate our spending practices for the year to come. But this is not it. This is not the place to do it. And this is not the time to do it with the debt ceiling looming. Right now we have one responsibility: maintain the reputation of the United States of America for having full faith and credit, standing behind our debts and making our payments. That is our constitutional duty. The path forward is clear. We need a clean bill for the debt ceiling, and then we can debate the issue of the budget and appropriations. I yield. Mr. President, they say that baseball is the great American sport, and I'm a fan. I love watching baseball games, especially the Cubs and the Cards and the White Sox in the region where I grew up. But possibly one of the greatest moments remembered in baseball actually didn't occur during a game. It occurred in 1939 when a baseball player by the name of Lou Gehrig of the New York Yankees gave a famous farewell speech at Yankee Stadium. Gehrig was an amazing baseball player. Naturally, he's in the Baseball Hall of Fame. And he was indestructible. His nickname was the Iron Horse. So durable, so dependable, he was always there. In April of that year, 1939, he'd removed himself from the game, saying he couldn't play any longer. and then just a few weeks later made his famous farewell speech at Yankee Stadium. He was sick and suffering from a rare disease known as ALS, but he stood up there in front of that microphone, and we can still remember it in our mind's eye, that black and white film when he announced that he was the luckiest man on earth. He died 2 years later from ALS, and the disease, because of his prominence in the public sentiment and profile, became known forever as Lou Gehrig's disease. It's still with us, and it's still as virulent and deadly as it was in his time. I've come to know a number of people who have suffered from that disease. Recently, just a few months ago, my dear friend Gary LaPelle, who was state chairman of the Illinois Democratic Party when I ran for the United States Senate and a strong supporter, passed away from ALS. A great friend of mine, Bill Brandt, who lives in the suburbs of Chicago, is now battling it. And this morning I had a visit in my office from Brian Wolick. Brian Wolick and his wife Sandra have been dealing with a diagnosis more than 6 years ago of ALS. Brian is still with us, thank goodness, because of the determination, his determination, and the determination of his family. Brian was an unusual and extraordinary person. He was working in the Obama White House with Sandra when they decided to marry, and he is an exceptional, talented individual, as is his wife, Sandra, who served as my communications director for many years. When the diagnosis was handed down, it was a few days before they brought home their baby from the hospital, their little girl, 6 years ago. But they were determined that Brian was going to see as much of her life as possible, even though he'd been diagnosed with ALS. And so they created an organization known as I Am ALS and set out with an agenda to beat the disease. Brian has been an amazing fighter in dealing with that disease and trying to find ways to cure himself, but basically to cure others who might be diagnosed in years to come. Their focus is on many different areas, but primarily it's on medical research. And what they have achieved when it comes to medical research, just the two of them with their organization and many supporters across the United States, is nothing short of remarkable. For example, after a 5-year period in which no new ALS drugs were approved, the FDA approved 2 new drugs over the past year. And there's another one I understand was announced just a few days ago. They were pushing for research to find ways to treat ALS successfully. The reason I tell that story and the fact that Brian was just in my office is fresh in my mind as I hear the debate on the floor of the United States Senate about our federal budget. Part of our federal budget, an important part of our federal budget, is the budget for the National Institutes of Health. This is the premier medical research agency in the world. In the world. I'm proud of the fact that it's in the United States and every day is responsible for dramatic breakthroughs against diseases and illnesses all across the spectrum and all across the United States and benefits to the world. Their discovery of new drugs for ALS is just one indication of the good work that they do. Francis Collins was the head of the NIH for many years under presidents of both political parties. He is so good. I'm glad he's still working with the Biden administration. But he is so good that presidents, conservative, moderate, liberal, all of them wanted Francis Collins to head up the National Institutes of Health, which he did remarkably. He was part of the team that discovered the human genome, which literally changed overnight the way we approach medicine in the United States and around the world. I met with Dr. Collins a few years back and said, I'd like to help you at NIH. I think your work is one of the most important assignments in the federal government. What can I do? He said, Senator, if you can give me 5% real growth in NIH budgeting each year, my researchers will continue their inspired work to find cures and find new drugs that'll make a difference in the lives of millions of people. I set out to do that with the cooperation and help of Roy Blunt, a Republican, Lamar Alexander, a Republican, and Patty Murray, who has just been our North Star when it comes to medical research. We said, let's try to achieve the goal of 5% real growth each year with the National Institutes of Health. We were lucky in the last 10 years to do it 6 or 7 times. The question is, will we be able to do it in the next year's budget? Sadly, the budget that's been proposed by the Republicans in the House of Representatives devastates the National Institutes of Health budget. At least a 20 to 25% cut in the amount of money on medical research. What impact does that have? Well, I can tell you it has a direct impact in lessening the number of grants that are awarded each year for medical research. But secondarily, it sends a message to the researchers who are working so hard across the United States that they can't depend on us in Congress to fund their needed research in the years to come. That'll discourage some. Some will walk away from a lot of research could be very promising. And to do that in the name of helping America is just plain foolish. In fact, it's offensive. I'd like to say to Speaker McCarthy and those who are endorsing his budget, stop for a minute and consider the impact of what you're doing. There are people and families all across America who are counting on medical research for someone that they love. And that research is coming through in remarkable ways, unprecedented around the world. To think that we would cut the medical research budget of the United States by 25% and to argue that that's in the best interest of our country is madness, and it's political selfishness. I would just plead with my friends on the other side of the aisle, at the end of this debate on the budget, don't let medical research be one of the casualties. There's so many important areas I could add to that list of things that are critical for the future of America, but I wanted to speak to medical research this morning because Brian Wallach was my visitor in my office and reminded me that the determination of Brian and his wife Sandra, and many people just like them, to push for medical research is literally making a difference so that Lou Gehrig's disease will one day be a disease of the past that we have conquered. Mr. President, I ask consent to speak on another issue. Thanks, Senator Lee. Senator Kennedy?
My
Explain your
amendment will deal with evidence. Other agencies certainly may not be doing their job, but our FBI is at least trying. And right now, if the FBI sees, let's say, child pornography on a social media platform, the FBI, and we passed this law, by the way, 2 decades ago, the FBI has to go to court to get a subpoena to gather the evidence. Now, oftentimes the social media platforms have agreements with users that say, if we're served with a subpoena to turn over your information, we have to tell you, the user, about it. Well, the alleged child predator does what is predictable. He starts destroying the evidence. So we changed the law to say, look, you've got to, the social media platform, cannot tell the user for 90 days that this subpoena is in the process to keep the user from destroying the evidence. My amendment would make 2 changes. Number 1, now the FBI, under this amendment, could issue an administrative subpoena to the social media platform. Give me the pictures. The social media platform could choose to go to court. Social media platform would not be required to go to court. Most of them would go to court. But the burden is on the social media platform. Number 2, while the FBI is in court getting the pictures, the social media platform cannot tell the user, the alleged child predator, for 180 days instead of 90 days. Because sometimes the court process takes more than 90 days. And not always, but in many cases, the user, once he finds out there is a subpoena, is going to start destroying evidence. And that's all my amendment would do, is try to help the FBI.
Senator Kennedy, I think you make a valid point. My staff and I may disagree on this. but I'd like to work with you on the language, if you don't mind. I think this question of the judicial review and when it should take place and how long a grace period without enforcement would last is a worthy issue I'd like to discuss with you.
Let me be sure I understand, Mr. Chair. Your staff doesn't like my amendment, but you do?
I think they're warming up to it.
Well, if I were you, I'd overrule them. That's just a suggestion.
I'm trying to spare them any public embarrassment.
But certainly I'll agree to sit down and work with you and your
Let's do it.
and your staff,
And you'll withdraw the amendment?
and I will.
Well, you have my word that we'll do that. Are there any further amendments to be offered?
Mr. Chairman, I'd
Senator Cruz.
ask unanimous consent that I be added as a co-sponsor to the bill.
Senator Cruz will be added as a co-sponsor to the legislation. Since there are no response to the comments made on the Republican side about the other two nominees, the ABA rated Judge Bjelkengren qualified to serve on the district court. As a Washington Superior Court judge, she presided over 130 jury and bench trials. As an assistant attorney general for the Washington Attorney General's office, she tried more than 150 cases. Judge Cruz was rated unanimously well qualified by the American Bar Association. During his 17 years in private practice, he tried 18 cases to verdict, including 15 as sole or chief counsel. 2018, unanimously appointed by the active duty district judges to serve as a magistrate. In his time on the bench, he's already issued more than 1,700 recommendations and orders and has presided over 5 jury trials. These nominees' records as litigators and as judges are the best indicators of their abilities. Our response during the hearing does not negate, one response during the hearing does not negate a lifetime of service. Justice Amy Coney Barrett had trouble with a question. She was asked to name the 5 freedoms in the First Amendment. She could not do that. Yet she was quickly dispatched to the Supreme Court with every Republican voting in favor of her nomination. Senate Republicans clearly did not take that misstep to be an indicator of her abilities. They confirmed her to the highest court in the land. And I might note when she was up for circuit judge, she was asked to list the prominent cases in her legal background. She was given an opportunity to list 10. She listed 3. Since the 1980s, the ABA has rated a total of 22 judicial nominees not qualified to serve as federal judge since 1980. President Trump accounted for 10 of these nominees, 8 of whom were ultimately confirmed with strong support from Senate Republicans. So I just say that when it comes to nominees' trial experience and answering questions, there is not a consistent record on the other side.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to recognize the senator from Texas again, but I ask him to please let us get to a roll call.
So I'll say 2 things briefly. Number one, Mr. Chairman, you've just made a very powerful and effective indictment of the ABA and its role in judicial confirmations. You're right, the ABA has been wildly partisan, so they routinely find Republican nominees to be unqualified, even when they have decades of experience and very significant experience. And I got to say, if the ABA tells you that if you don't know what Article 2 of the Constitution is, and you've only tried 7 cases, mostly driver's license revocation cases, you're qualified to be a federal judge, well, then the ABA ought to get out of the business of rating judges. And I'll just ask my colleagues something. Every one of you, answer this question to yourself seriously. If you were interviewing a chief counsel, all of us have chief counsels on this committee, if you're interviewing a law clerk, and the interviewee, if you asked that interviewee, what's Article 2 of the Constitution, and that person said, damned if I know, would you hire him? You all know the answer is no. None of you would hire someone who didn't know what Article 2 was to be a law clerk on your judiciary staff, and yet you're all prepared to rubber stamp this person as an Article 3 judge. Let me say secondly, very briefly, I understand why the senator from California wants to distance himself from the record of Judge Gaston, and he suggested that her report was, I think the language he used was common sense recommendations. Well, you know, John Adams famously said facts are stubborn things, so I will point out, I have that report right here in my hand. It is called Position Paper on Sex Offender Residence Restrictions. So it's all about where can sex offenders live? Can they live next to schools? Can they live next to kindergartens? Can they live next to daycares? Yes or no? Judge Gaston helped author it, and the verbatim quotes, quote number one, quote, children are not safer because registered sex offenders are prohibited from residing near schools, parks, daycare centers, and other places where children tend to gather. Quote number two, the conclusions and recommendations, in other words, what they're saying in this report, are that, difficult as it might be, laws that regulate where sex offenders may not live should be repealed or substantially modified in the interest of public safety. Mr. Chairman, I ask unanimous consent that the entire report be entered into the record so that people can read it and see that it says exactly what I'm quoting from.
Without objection.
And I have to say to my friend from California, if saying sex offenders should be allowed to live next door to daycare centers is common sense, then that's a very different definition of common sense than most people in Texas, and I suspect most people in virtually all of our states.
So we have, I've given latitude in speaking to those who wanted to speak to these nominations, and at this point I'm going to call for the vote. Charnel Bjelkegren nominated to the Eastern District of Washington. The clerk will call the roll.
As a co-sponsor to all 4 pieces of
Without
legislation.
objection.
Thank you.
Senator
Mr.
Cox.
Chairman, I appreciate today's bipartisan show of support for law enforcement, but I have to say that, unfortunately, this committee too often undermines our brave police officer by rubber stamping extreme, unqualified nominees. So I'd like to briefly discuss the wages of this committee's failure to do its job when it comes to nominations. This week, we received the welcome news that Rachel Rollins, a radical, pro-criminal Soros prosecutor, is resigning in disgrace from her perch as U.S. Attorney for Massachusetts. Given Ms. Rollins' long-standing disdain for the criminal justice system, I'd say that Police Week is a good time for her long overdue departure. Over 18 months ago, my Republican colleagues and I warned that Rollins was dangerously unfit to serve as U.S. Attorney. But my Democratic colleagues refused to listen, and every single one voted to confirm her nomination on a party line vote. It was the first time in 28 years that we held a roll call vote on a U.S. Attorney nominee. Many of our Democratic colleagues accuse Republicans of partisan obstructionism. Senator Warren labeled Republicans opposing Ms. Rollins as pathetic. Senator Markey charged that Republican concerns aren't based in reality, and instead suggested that Republicans were, quote, just plain scared, and, quote, because Rachel Rollins is a strong black woman. The chairman issued a statement that Republicans were disrespecting the role of home state senators and disregarding the vital role U.S. attorneys play in our justice system, and dismissed our concerns. But during that very same markup where the committee deadlocked on Mrs. Rollins' nomination, we also voice voted out a block of 8 other U.S. attorney nominees, and we have since confirmed many more such nominees without incident. Rollins was different, however. She said openly that her goal as a prosecutor was to dismantle the criminal justice system from the inside. As a district attorney, she refused to allow prosecutors to enforce laws against fentanyl trafficking, breaking and entering, resisting arrest, or malicious destruction of property, among other crimes. The Boston Police Patrolmen's Association accused Rollins of incendiary and anti-police remarks and noted that Rollins' history of quickly and cavalierly labeling all police officers murderers had undoubtedly incited violence against the proud men and women of the Boston Police Department. Rollins, of course, dismissed their concerns as, quote, white fragility. Unfortunately, our Democratic colleagues also dismissed these ominous warnings from the Boston police. But Mrs. Rollins' problems were not limited to her abysmal professional record. She also had a long history of ethical lapses and bad judgment. We learned of a truly bizarre case of road rage where Rollins forced another vehicle out of a merge lane, threatened the driver, turned on sirens that for some reason she had in her own vehicle, and then sped off through a red light. When confronted by a news crew about it, she later threatened to report the news crew to the police. Our Democratic colleagues ignored these red flags, and every Democrat, again, voted in favor of her nomination. Before long, Rollins used her newly confirmed position as a federal prosecutor for her own personal and political benefit, violating numerous laws. When I learned from sources in Boston federal law enforcement that Rollins was planning to attend a political fundraiser as a U.S. attorney, despite having been advised by the Department of Justice that her appearance would violate both department policy and federal law, I referred her for investigation, kicking off simultaneous investigations by the Department of Justice Office of the Inspector General and the U.S. Office of Special Counsel. Yesterday, they both released their reports, totaling over 260 shocking pages. Among their many findings, they found that Rollins used her position for political revenge, trying to gin up and leak a bogus federal investigation to influence the outcome of a local election. She used her position to obtain free tickets to the Boston Celtics. She used her personal cell phone to leak non-public department information about federal investigations for her own political purposes. She accepted lavish gifts of travel, and she repeatedly lied to both the Inspector General and the Office of Special Counsel. These are not just any old garden variety, ticky-tack ethical violations. Rollins' conduct was so bad that the Inspector General referred her to Merrick Garland for criminal prosecution. The Office of Special Counsel, tasked with investigating allegations of Hatch Act violations, said her conduct was, quote, among the most egregious Hatch Act violations that they had ever investigated. Yet Merrick Garland took just 3 weeks, 2 of which were over Christmas and New Year's, to decide that he wouldn't prosecute Rachel Rollins. Of course, Garland had no trouble prosecuting Joe Biden's political opponents for lying to investigators or for other process crimes. If Rachel Rollins were a Republican, I expect his decision would also be different. So it's good to see some of our colleagues finally coming around to the light of the indisputable proof of Rollins' unfitness for office. Yesterday, Mr. Chairman, you issued a statement that you were deeply concerned about her misconduct and supported her resignation. I hope other Democrats will join you. I also hope that you will join us in calling for Rachel Rollins' criminal prosecution in light of clear and indisputable evidence she lied to federal investigators. But unfortunately, I don't think this committee or our Democratic colleagues have yet learned their lesson about rubber stamping unfit, extreme, party line nominees. The committee continues to force such nominees through, and in fact, on the Senate floor right now, we're considering such a nominee. Republicans have given bipartisan support to the vast majority of the president's nominees. I hope my Democratic colleagues will begin to realize that when we do raise serious concerns about not only the professional record, but the character and integrity of the nominee's fitness for office, it's worth listening with an open mind.
Thank you, Senator
Mr.
Cotton.
Chairman?
Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that you have
Mr. Chairman?
Senator Graham.
Thank you. I think it's pretty clear that I generally support district court judges most of the time. And I don't know if I've ever voted against a U.S. attorney nomination before, but Senator Cotton brought all of this to my attention. I went to talk to Senator Warren. I said, you know, once we change the rules, and we don't need to go down that road that's been done, you don't need any of us now, and there'll be a day when we don't need any of you. And the problem is, when you get in that environment, you tend to pick people that are being pushed by the most partisan folks on either side of the aisle that get reputations for the hardest of the hard. I want that voice on the bench. I want that voice as U.S. attorney. And I will continue to support my colleagues' discretion, collaborating with the White House to pick people at the district level, because I want to retain that right myself, but it can't be without bounds. So, Mr. Chairman, this is sort of a wake-up call for all of us. What happened to Senator Blackburn's U.S. attorney nomination is not lost upon me. I promise you it's not. A member of the committee chose to veto the collaboration between the home state senators and the White House. You've started something. and I think it's going to lead to some bad outcomes. So, Senator Cotton, thank you for doing your homework and alerting the committee. Others did, and I think you're proven to be right. As to Mr. Delaney, the parents of the young lady in question is here today. I got information from people in New Hampshire on the Republican side that spoke well of Mr. Delaney. I was very much inclined to support. And through the process of the hearing, and I want to compliment my colleagues for asking hard questions, you proved, I think, that Mr. Delaney was not ready for prime time. I think the questions you asked, he couldn't give a coherent answer to. And these groups don't mean that much to me, but there's like 8 progressive groups: National Employment Law, People's Party, Revolutionary. I don't even, can't read your handwriting anyway. You can see it on the internet. There are 8 of them that don't like Mr. Delaney. So I think it would be good for the committee not just to ask, have you ever done anything wrong, but when somebody can't give a coherent answer, to do something about it. So I have tried to be cooperative as possible, but I'm no on Delaney. I'm glad I was no on Rollins, and there's a few more others out there that you need to look long and hard at. Thank you.
I'm going to conclude here acknowledging my friend Senator Graham's remarks. I think as long as
expired. Thanks, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Blumenthal. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to pick up where Senator Cornyn left off and really focus on the timing of this hearing. And this issue at the southern border is something that is of paramount concern. And this year, with you as the chairman, we have not had a single hearing that really focuses on the crisis at the southern border. And we know that girls are being trafficked, they are being raped. We know what is happening with all the fentanyl that is coming into this country. We know the numbers of illegal migrants that are coming into this country. And while Title 42 and the expiration of Title 42 loomed, this committee, instead of focusing on that and the issues, subsequent issues, we had a hearing about delegitimizing the Supreme Court. And we have literally focused on so many topics, just about everything except what is happening at this southern border. We did have Secretary Mayorkas come before us. He basically refused to answer any question. You mentioned earlier the concern with child labor laws. That is something that concerns me also. But Secretary Mayorkas and Secretary Becerra, they've lost 85,000 children. They don't know if they're being trafficked. They don't know if they're alive or dead. They don't know if they're in work gangs. They don't know if they're being abused. But, you know, Mr. Chairman, I think we need to focus on the entire crisis at that southern border. Now, in January of this year, and Mr. Carr, I want to come to you on the question, DHS proposed a new rule that would increase the application fees for the H-2A visas. Now, I think one of the things that is so troubling to Tennessee farmers that I talked to is here's this new asylum program fee, which would charge employers seeking to sponsor immigrants for certain work visas an unprecedented $600 per visa. Now, Tennessee farmers tell me that this is something that is making it just about unaffordable. And of course, the fee is going to be there to support what is turning out to be a broken asylum system. And what frustrates a lot of our farmers is instead of rewarding people like you that are bringing in legal H-2A through a legal process, those that are able to be H-2A workers, that they're paying this fee, and then the fee is being used to prop up this illegal entry. And those that are trying to do it right are the ones paying the cost in more than one regard. So I've enjoyed listening to your testimony, and you've been at this for years. And I want you to talk about specifically about this proposed rule and the impact that that is going to have on farmers like you.
Thank you very much, Senator. So the Department of Homeland Security, and their justification for their fee increase, which they said they needed more staff and it was costing them more to do the applications, also put in there that a portion of the increase would go to paying for the asylum process. This is putting that burden on the workers, the employers such as myself that are doing it legally and properly to pay for illegal workers coming to this country claiming asylum, which has nothing to do with agriculture. So I asked the question, why should agriculture be paying for this process?
Well, and what I hear from farmers is there is no efficiency that they are being given in this process, that it's still taking them longer for this backlog to be cleared and to get people cleared, and sometimes the crop is already ready for harvest before they're getting the okay, that there does not seem to be any urgency from DHS. Is that what you're seeing?
I've seen those cases. What you have is a problem with the application process in itself. You have the ability for the Department of Labor to basically request further evidence or give a notice of deficiency just because the complexity of the program. As these notices of deficiency go on, the time frame of getting your workers moves out further and further. If we streamline the H-2A process and made the application system more easy, allow for an attestation where the employer can certify that they understand the rules of the game and they will abide by the rules of the game, we could then get our workers in much more timely manner. Right now, we're not able to apply for H-2A workers. It's more than 75 days out from our data need, but no less than 60 days from our data need. That's a 15-day window that we have to work in, and then we have to try to figure out all the hoops and hurdles that we're going to get. I've had notices of deficiencies on a contract written the year before that had no notices of deficiency given back to me the next year because a different reviewing officer looked at it and chose that there was something wrong with that application. Those inconsistencies are what's driving these delays.
Thank you. That's helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. I'd like to address the issues which you directed to. It is interesting when you've experienced many of these hearings, the nature of the questions that are asked. Some of the questions challenge the individuals on the panel because they ask them for personal views on issues, and many are instructed by the canons not to share personal views, but to try to stick with the law and not to prejudice any pending case or any future case. And so it puts many of the nominees in a tough position. We all have opinions on things, but judges do their best to suppress those and follow the law and facts in the case, which they're asked to do. So it creates a challenge in that regard.
Mr. Chairman, may I be heard on that?
When I finish, please.
Sure.
And I also want to say that many people have jobs to do that are created by statute and by law. For instance, to represent certain clients, Solicitor General would be representing, in some cases, the views of a mayor that are expressed through policy and through ordinances and laws and the like. They may not be views that you personally share, but as a litigant, you have a responsibility to be loyal to your client, not to allow them to lie or have anything they say that is misleading be part of the record, but to honor them and defend their position. One member of this panel said, and I think properly, as a litigator, you do not necessarily share the views of the people you represent. In fact, very often, having been a litigator myself, I would say that you may disagree quite strongly with the views of the people or the litigating positions, even of the people you represent, but it's your job to represent them effectively and fairly. That was the senator from Missouri, and I think he was right in the citation that I've just read to you. I could go through the panel and say that depending on the nominee, each of us has said something like that. You do your best for your client, even though you may not agree with their fundamental policy views. You have a responsibility to represent them effectively and professionally. Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree. I concur in part and dissent in part with our esteemed chairman. I think he's right. We're all attorneys. We've all had clients we didn't agree with. Hell, we've had clients we didn't like much. But you do your job as long as it's ethical. And I can't recall a time that I have really pressed a nominee on a position that nominee took on behalf of a client, if I thought it was in good faith. I disagree with our chairman that your personal beliefs don't matter. Those of you who I questioned today, I specifically asked you if you'd allow your personal beliefs to influence your decisions, and you said no, and that's as it should be. But if you don't have personal beliefs, and you're not qualified to serve on the federal bench, you're just not. If you don't have personal beliefs, you're not a critical thinker. If you don't have personal beliefs, you haven't examined the world. You've just been robotic, doing what somebody told you. I think your personal beliefs do matter. And I think you ought to be able to discuss with us things like race in society, things like when does life begin? These are things that we all grapple with as Americans, as human beings. We need to talk about when does equal protection of the law attach to a person? Does it attach in the womb? Should it attach in the womb? We need to talk about racial progress in America, what we've gotten right, what we've gotten wrong. America caught the disease of slavery, but we beat it back. We should be able to talk about that. I've never asked your opinions or a nominee's opinions about a case that was pending before them or that might be pending before them. But when you come before this body, at least this is one person's opinion, when you come before this body and you refuse to answer a question about your personal beliefs, people are going to assume what they want. And sometimes they're going to assume correctly, and sometimes they're going to assume incorrectly. But they're going to assume, and they're going to attribute that belief as your belief. So I think you're making a huge mistake. I understand I've served only with 2 presidents. White House counsel's offices do their job. They get you prepared. They give you the questions that have been asked in the past. I get all that, okay? But I just have to dissent from my chairman that your personal beliefs don't matter, because they do. They do, a lot. And they tell us a lot about you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy, I respect you much, and I count you as a friend, but you and I both know the experiences we've been through in this committee. Nominees, potential nominees, even for the highest court in the land, would not take a somewhat neutral position saying, as a judge, my personal views don't count. They instead give us obfuscation. We've seen it happen on both sides of the table. You would think an issue as fundamental and basic and as well known as the issue of abortion would be one that you could express yourself on, where you stand, what you feel. But many, including nominees for the Supreme Court, would tell us, oh, you're talking about established law and established precedent. Then along comes the Dobbs decision, and you say, what is this all about? You know, this isn't what you promised was going to happen. It didn't come out that way. So I understand nominees are in a difficult position. They're trying to follow the canons as they understand them as nominees and as sitting judges. And they don't want to prejudice future cases or pending cases that they might sit on. So that's just part of this process that both sides will use to their advantage when possible. And I respect you. I think you're a person of value and principle, but we disagree on this.
Well, Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond, though, to that. And Dick, I appreciate that point of view. I think Supreme Court nominees are in somewhat of a different position because they're going to be making the ultimate law of the land. I think lower court nominees are not in the same position. And I just don't see what we gain by not being able to talk about what people believe. I mean, I would like to hear what thinking people believe about, for example, is sex a biological fact or a social construct? I mean, I assume all of you have thought about that and have an opinion. I would also point out, Mr. Chairman, this isn't a criticism, you're following past precedent. But each one of these individuals, if they're confirmed, are unelected. They're there for life. For life. And we're not allowed to talk about what they believe. And we're only given, again, this isn't a criticism, 5 minutes?
Well,
come on.
By that logic, if you apply it to the highest court in the land, how many of them have been in elective office?
Some haven't.
Most haven't.
But that's why we also have, well, Earl Warren was, but that's why we also...
You have to go back in history.
That's why we also devote days to a Supreme Court hearing.
Yes, instead of 5 minutes, we take 15.
As we should.
Yes.
With second and third rounds.
Well.
But anyway, Mr. Lee, my good friend, wants to say something.
I have to be at a place right now, so please.
I will be brief. I just wanted to respond to the point about Dobbs. I've heard some colleagues say this, sometimes in the context of this committee's work, sometimes in other contexts, that there's this suggestion made that because nominees came forward and acknowledged that Roe versus Wade was established precedent, that somehow locked them in, and that they had, under oath, somehow betrayed their obligation to testify truthfully under oath. For every hearing that I've been a part of, and I've been here for 4 Supreme Court confirmation proceedings, not one of those justices who's been complained about, in the wake of the Dobbs decision, said that Roe or any other case was unassailable on any grounds ever, or was somehow protected under the doctrine of stare decisis from the possibility that future courts could conclude, as the court did conclude in Dobbs, that Roe versus Wade was without textual foundation in the Constitution, that it was without the kind of foundation that could make it a part of the constitutional analysis, not rooted in our nation's history, tradition, and so forth, as a matter of due process. Now, I take issue with the suggestion that any one of these nominees misrepresented in any way, shape, or form their views on the Dobbs case. They could not answer further questions about whether it was assailable under a challenge, and they made no representations as to how it might fare under the doctrine of stare decisis. Such questions, when asked, are questions that they're understandably not allowed to answer under the canons of judicial ethics. Thank you.
So as chairman, I'm going to you take the last word. The people who were appointed to the Supreme Court by the Trump administration were pre-cleared for one purpose, to overrule Roe versus Wade. The Federalist Society, which was the secret handshake for every nominee who came before us from the Trump administration, was established for that purpose. We know that. Regardless of the questions answered here in the Judiciary Committee, we knew what they were aiming for, and they finally reached that goal with the enactment of the Dobbs decision. But if you listen to their testimony before this committee, they carefully misled us or obfuscated the situation. You may disagree with me, but that's my opinion. I look at it and I thought to myself, I know where this nominee stands, and I'm not going to name names, based on their life experience and where I've seen them rule or speak in the past. That's just the nature of this process. As I said, I get the last word because I'm chairman, so thank you. We'll carry on this discussion, I'm sure, beyond today. Thanks again to the nominees, their family, and friends.
Well, Mr. Chairman, with a bold statement like that, I think you ought to let Mike respond. I don't think that's fair.
It's just not accurate. In
That's a pretty
no
bold
respect,
statement.
you have defamed them. You have accused them of committing a crime here. That is a crime to testify falsely under oath. They did not do that. I challenge you to find one statement that you could defend as knowingly false made by them, as perjurious. That's what you've done. That's not appropriate.
I said they selectively misled. I didn't say whatever you just said, feloniously.
From an ethical standpoint, that has the same effect, and they did not do that.
Without describing one another as defamatory. This meeting stands adjourned. People thought would lead to a dramatic increase in people at the border. The opposite is the case, and when it comes to children, over the last 30 days since the lifting of Title 42, the average encounters of unaccompanied children have dropped by more than 50%. That's good news. It's not sufficient, but it's good. Move in the right direction. The solution for this problem facing America and many other countries is not to export these children, but it's rather to find a process that is orderly, that reduces the number who appear at the border on an unaccompanied basis, and reflects our values. So I think that's the ultimate goal we all should share, and I hope we can move toward that goal. I'm now going to introduce the
Mr. Chairman, may I just ask a question? Am I to understand that, and I appreciate it, that you've called this hearing, but that you expect to have other hearings where we'll have the government officials responsible for administering these programs as witnesses?
That's my intention, Senator Cornyn.
Thank you for doing that.
I think bringing these folks in to speak to us, followed by the documentary evidence which we're asking for from the administration, is the proper way to approach this. And I'd be glad to work with you in that regard. We'll continue to have annual oversight by this committee of the relevant agencies that are under our jurisdiction. But when it comes to ORR and HHS, that is ordinarily outside our jurisdiction, but I think under the rubric of immigration law, that we certainly can pursue that.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just, forgive me for responding, but I just, you know, it feels like we're trying to leverage the welfare of these unaccompanied children for a larger immigration bill that you and I have been talking about for decades and have been unsuccessful in getting accomplished. I just think it's unfair to these children to leverage their fate on some unrelated immigration legislation, just as I feel like it's unfair to the DACA recipients who are awaiting some congressional action while they've been languishing in court for the last 10 years. So that's what it feels like, is we're saying we can't do anything in this area until we deal with unrelated immigration issues. Am I misconstruing what you're saying?
Yes, you are. I haven't said that, and I don't intend that at all. We want to move on this problem because of the urgency involving vulnerable and unaccompanied children, period. Do I believe that the solution to this problem is comprehensive immigration reform? Yes. You know that it passed in the Senate years ago because of a bipartisan effort, and I hope we can return to that spirit. But no, I will not pin the fates of these children or DACA on some comprehensive package. I'm prepared to deal with any and all of them on an immediate basis if we have some understanding as to what can pass this committee and ultimately be successful on the floor of the Senate.
Well, you know, Mr. Chairman, you and I have been talking about this for, at my count, 20 years.
And
nothing has happened.
Well, you've got to start voting for an immigration bill if you believe in them.
Well, congratulations. They got it through the Senate, but it didn't pass the House. It wasn't signed into law. So what have we accomplished?
Well, I wish you would have supported it. It would have been helpful. It was a bipartisan effort, and it passed the United States Senate. I'm looking for a bill that will win at least 60 votes on the floor. I hope we have that same ambition and goal. At this point, I want to introduce the panel of witnesses. I'll welcome the Democratic witnesses and then turn to Senator Cornyn for the Republican witnesses. Our first witness is Venus Bradley. She has a personal story to tell us. She's fostered 5 unaccompanied non-citizen children and is adopting 2 sisters who came to the U.S. from Central America. Then we have Lori Davidson, serving as Vice President for Children and Family Services at Lutheran Immigration and Refugee Service. Our final majority witness is Terry Gersten, Director of the State and Local Law Enforcement Project at the Harvard Law School Center for Labor and a Just Economy, a Senior Fellow at the Economic Policy Institute. Senator Cornyn.
Lori Reese is the Director of the Border Security and Immigration Center at the Heritage Foundation. She has over 26 years' experience in the immigration and Homeland Security arena and has worked for the Department of Homeland Security, the Department of Justice, and the House Judiciary Committee, Subcommittee on Immigration and Claims. She received her JD as well as her BA from Valparaiso University in Indiana. Ann Basham is the founder and chair of the Interparliamentary Task Force on Human Trafficking and the CEO of Ascend Consulting, a human rights advocacy firm. She previously served as a senior advisor for the Department of Justice Office of Victims of Crime, where she helped develop strategies for more than $2 billion in federal funding to address human trafficking, terrorism, sexual assault, and child abuse. She earned her master's degree from the University of Virginia. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. After the witnesses take the oath, they'll each have 5 minutes to speak and then 5 minutes questioning from each senator in the committee. I'd ask the witnesses to please rise. Please raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before the committee?
I know Senator Graham didn't mean this, but I believe in the system. But the American people right now are skeptical about the system. And I happen to believe that the FBI is the premier law enforcement agency in all of human history. And most of the people there just get up every day and do their job in a bipartisan manner, a nonpartisan manner. But what Senator Graham and Senator Grassley are asking in light of history, in light of the context, is not unreasonable. There's no question that for at least a period of time, there were people in charge of the FBI who acted on their political beliefs. And I'm not talking about former Director Hoover. I'm talking about Mr. Wray's predecessor. The director of the FBI at that time decided that he was going to investigate not one, but both presidential candidates. With respect to one, he decided to proceed, with respect to one of those candidates, he decided to proceed on the basis of information that we now know was manufactured by that candidate's opponent, which we call opposition research. In terms of the second presidential candidate, Secretary Clinton, she was investigated. A reasonable person can debate whether or not she should have been, but the FBI director at that time called not one, but 2 press conferences to talk about the investigation. And after he concluded it, he then opened it back up. And then he called a second press conference. It might have cost Secretary Clinton the election. Now, the American people have seen all this. And in many cases in government and democracy, it's not the substance, it's the perception. And I don't know in this instance, now that the question has been raised, why FBI Director Wray and our Attorney General can't answer Senator Graham's and Senator Grassley's question and put this to rest.
Senator, I'm just thinking about the timeline. This form, FD 1023, one specific one we're talking about here, came up during the Trump administration. The FBI received this information during the Trump administration. And for whatever it was worth, it was communicated to President Trump's Attorney General, Bill Barr, as well as the FBI. They were in on the conversation as well. Think about the timeline of when it occurred. What was happening in America during that timeline? We were just about to vote on the re-election of President Trump and whether the American people would have him for another term. And now his Attorney General has this information, which some have alleged shows a $5 million bribe to the President of the United States, Joe Biden. Attorney General Barr has this information before the election, and we didn't hear about it. What does that tell you? Was it a cover-up by Barr? For what purpose? This has now become a sinister conspiracy, but I think the timeline argues that it isn't, that there was disclosure and obviously lack of credibility in this FD 1023. Meanwhile, David Weiss is still hot on the case years ago in Delaware as the U.S. Attorney of Hunter Biden. He supposedly, from what I'm told here, was given the same information. Nothing happened. Maybe that means it's not credible. Maybe that means that these reasonable Republican leaders under President Trump decided it was not credible to pursue it. But now it's back again, coincidentally with a week when the former president's appearing before a judge in Florida. It just happens to surface again. I think I'd like to have the question answered that Senator Graham asked, but I think the circumstances suggest that if there was a smoking gun here, some members of the Trump administration would have brought it forward long before now.
Mr. Chairman, there's a lot of wisdom in your words. But once again, you have to consider this in context. You correctly described a 1023. When Senator Grassley first raised this issue, after the whistleblower came to him, the FBI wouldn't even acknowledge there was a 1023. Then the story changed. There was a 1023, but you can't see it. Yeah. Then the story changed. Okay, you can see the 1023, but we're going to heavily redact it. I suppose they didn't know Senator Grassley had seen the original document, but he knew what they redacted, which were the allegations about the tapes. Consider the context. I'm not going to go back through what I just said, but the American people are looking at all of this, and they just want an answer. I agree with you. We don't need a conspiracy. Let's end the conspiracy. But for the life of me, I can't understand why our Attorney General and our FBI Director can't come in front of the Judiciary Committee, in front of God and country, and answer Chuck and Lindsay's question. And if they say, we're investigating this, then we back off. If they say there was nothing to it, perhaps we should ask, okay, can you explain why? What's unreasonable about that, given our history over the past 5 years?
Senator, if I might say.
Sure.
This may be a headline on the Daily Conehead, but I have good
Sorry,
news.
I didn't hear you.
This may be a headline for the Daily Conehead.
Yeah, you like that, Daily Conehead?
I like that very much. This year, as in every year that I've chaired the committee, we will have an oversight hearing in the fall with the FBI. And we will have an oversight hearing with the appropriate agencies that we're responsible to oversee. So you said bring the FBI in, we're going to.
If I may, Mr. Chairman, it's not quite.
Mr. President, I want to follow the remarks of the Majority Leader. Last Saturday night, there was a Juneteenth celebration in Willowbrook, Illinois. There was music and people gathered in a parking lot of a strip mall, and they were having a generally good time. And then gunfire erupted. At the end of just a few minutes, one person was dead, 22 had been wounded. Saturday night. That wasn't the only gun violence in the region over that weekend. We estimate that at least 9 were killed and another 55 injured from gunfire. It's a common occurrence, sadly, across America. We felt it in Illinois. Some estimate that we've had over 50 mass shootings so far this month, and we're only at June 22nd. What is going on in America? Serious question, but what has happened every weekend in most of the major cities of this country is a reminder that Americans cannot gather to celebrate a holiday, a graduation, or even a funeral without the ever-present threat of gun violence. Mr. President, it goes without saying, but I'm going to repeat it. Gunfire is the #1 killer of America's children. Gunfire is the #1 killer of America's children. Many of my constituents beg me to do something. As chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, they say, can't you at least regulate the use of some of these guns so that they don't get in the hands of people who will misuse them? I tell them I want to do that, and I share their sentiments, but I don't have the votes to do it. You need 60 votes on the floor of this 100-member Senate to get anything of that nature passed, and it's hard to do. 1 in 5 Americans say they've lost a loved one to gun violence. 1 in 5. That is unthinkable in other countries around the world, and yet it's become the American way, sadly. Yet today we are facing an incredible effort by the Senate Republicans a little later this morning. They are trying to take a gun safety law off the books. It isn't something that was just done yesterday and is considered to be a rash move. It's a law that's been on the books for 90 years. 90 years. They want to overturn a restriction by the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms Agency that prevents people from turning pistols into short-barreled rifles. This restriction is on devices known as stabilizing braces. They convert pistols into a weapon that can be fired from the shoulder, but they still only have a barrel 16 inches long, so they can be easily hidden under a jacket. For almost 90 years, short-barreled rifles have been controlled under the National Firearms Act, along with machine guns and sawed-off shotguns. Why? Because they combine the accuracy of a rifle with the concealability of a handgun. It's a deadly combination. And we all know that because of the ammunition magazines that can be strapped onto so many pistols, that these become automatic weapons similar to AK-47s. Pistols with stabilizing braces have a reputation in this modern America, though they have been formally forbidden and prohibited, regulated for almost 90 years. The mass shooter who killed 9 people and injured 17 in Dayton, Ohio in 2019 used one of these weapons. By a mass shooter in Boulder, Colorado in 2021 who killed 10 people, including a policeman. And by another mass shooter who killed 5 and injured 19 in 2022 in Colorado Springs. The Covenant School shooting in Nashville, Tennessee this past March, that horrible scene that we remember, teachers and children being killed at their school, that shooter had one of these weapons as well. So a Republican senator is going to come to the floor today and say that we should reconsider a safety measure that's been on the books for almost 90 years to make it easier for people to buy virtually semi-automatic and automatic weapons that have been used in mass killings in America. What are we thinking? The 4th of July is just around the corner. I remember the last 4th of July. My wife and I were vacationing in Michigan when we heard the news. There had been a mass shooting in Highland Park, Illinois at the 4th of July parade. A gunman got on top of one of the downtown buildings when the crowd had gathered for this parade, and he used an AK-47 and fired 83 rounds in 60 seconds, firing randomly into a crowd, killing 7 innocent people who just came out for the 4th of July parade and wounding almost 55 others. Think of that for a moment. In 60 seconds, that kind of damage, those kinds of weapons. And here we have, leaving for the 4th of July break this year, an effort by the Senate Republicans to authorize the use of weapons, piece of equipment for a weapon that has been used over and over again in America in mass shootings, killing innocent people, including school children in Nashville, Tennessee. What are they thinking? At a time when gun violence is the #1 killer of children, at a time when we read about it day in and day out, they want to make it easier to have a weapon equipped for easy use by one arm and not by two, that makes so many people vulnerable and kills them in such a rapid fashion. This makes no sense whatsoever, but it defines the Republican Party's attitude toward gun control. We have had one exception to what I just said, and that was last year. After the Uvalde incident, we finally did something. I think it was positive, and it was bipartisan, and I salute the Republicans who joined in on that. But I hope today they come to their senses and don't overturn this 90-year-old law that makes it easier for people to use these weapons in a violent way, in a deadly way. The ATF rule gives law-abiding gun owners plenty of options to comply with the law. Removing this stabilizing brace, which is at issue here, attaching a longer barrel to the gun, or registering the weapon like other short-barreled rifles, because that's what it is. So there are ways, conceivably, that you can comply with the law, but they want to waive those requirements and make it easier to buy these weapons, equipment that can be used to make more deadly the weapon. The rule is common sense, and the last thing we should do is wipe it off the books. I urge my colleagues to vote no on the resolution. And on a separate issue, thank you, Senator Feinstein. Senator Lee.
I think it's easy for us to take for granted and overlook the extent to which we've all benefited from living in a country that operates under the rule of law. In order to have the rule of law, as opposed to the rule of individual men and women who serve within a government, you really have to have some kind of structural protection in place to protect the people against the risks with devastating consequences associated with the excessive accumulation of power in the hands of the few. It was for this reason that some of our leading legal thinkers, including, I remember 12 years ago when I first arrived in the Senate and came onto this committee, within a few months or so of my arrival, we had a couple of Supreme Court justices visit. Justice Breyer and Justice Scalia came to talk about the courts. So I recall they did that from time to time. It was something I had seen before. I'd seen them do sort of this roadshow exercise in which the two of them would play off of each other, sometimes telling jokes at each other's expense, but always in a good-natured way. It was during one of those visits, and I believe it was in this very room, when Justice Scalia said something that has stuck with me. He referred to the fact that along the lines of what Senator Cornyn was just describing a moment ago. In a lot of countries, there's a constitution. It might even be written on a single document like ours is. And it might even contain a Bill of Rights that looks really good. It protects most or all of the individual liberties that our Bill of Rights seeks to protect. In some cases, even lists more protections than ours does. But as Justice Scalia explained at the time, any tin-horn dictator anywhere in the world can have a Bill of Rights, and that Bill of Rights can look really good. By the way, I've never understood what the difference between a tin-horn dictator is and a regular dictator. He didn't explain, and he's no longer here for me to ask him. His point was clear. A lot of countries, including and especially those with tyrannical governments have bills of rights. What he said next was intriguing. He said, what differentiates a Bill of Rights that means something from one that doesn't is a mechanism by which you can separate out power, allow power to check power, and thus protect the people from the dangers associated with the excessive accumulation of the power and of power in the hands of the few. A sine qua non of this really is an independent judiciary, a court system that stands separate, detached from the political operations of that government. Now, in our system, of course, we've got the three branches. We often refer to our branch, the legislative branch, together with the executive branch, headed by the president. We call those the two political branches. And by calling them that, we differentiate them from the court. The court, although it's populated by people who have to go through the political process, having been nominated by the president, confirmed by the Senate, once they're put in place on good behavior, they remain there for the rest of their lives, absent other circumstances. This really is an essential part of having an independent judiciary. And without the independent judiciary, there can be no rule of law. And it's easy to overlook all the benefits that we reap every single day as a result of that. We're known throughout the entire world as a country where the rule of law is a thing, where if you enter into a contract, there will be a mechanism by which the terms of that contract can be fairly interpreted and enforced and enforceable in a court of law. This is one of the reasons why businesses from countries all over the world want to do business in America. They're looking to invest overseas. They may not want to invest as much in some other countries as in the United States. In fact, they almost never would prefer, when faced between the United States and another country, in many circumstances, in many industries, they'd rather do business in the United States if they can, in part because of this reason. We've all benefited economically and otherwise as a result of this. But this system isn't free, and it's not self-perpetuating unless we consciously, deliberately choose to protect it. And protect it we must, because you can break it. This is legislation. It is a solution looking for a problem. And it's a solution looking for a problem. It's carried out in such a way that can make a whole lot of things a lot worse, and that would, in fact, accomplish something very different than the lofty descriptions that you're hearing from its supporters today. Look, if the sponsors of this bill and those who plan to support it, if they were truly interested in ethics and integrity within the Supreme Court of the United States, I think they would have conducted this debate and this inquiry in a very different way from the beginning. And I think we would be seeing some of those differences now. I think also that it's important to recognize that the Supreme Court of the United States does, in fact, have ethical standards. It does, in fact, have its own ethics rules that it supervises, that it oversees. We do, in fact, have a judicial conference that can and does look into these things to overlook them. Now, you'll hear from the bill's sponsors today, and you've heard some of this already, and well, those those aren't nearly enough. They're not good enough. They're lax. It's basically a post-apocalyptic hellhole over there from an ethical standard viewpoint. This is utterly false. It's not true. It is objectively untrue. It's slanderous, and it's deliberately slanderous so as to undermine the credibility, the reputation, institutionally speaking, of the court and its justices. Or I correct myself, I should say some of its justices, and I'll get back to that in a moment. But they do, in fact, have ethical standards. And in fact, in many meaningful respects, those standards not only match up to those that we follow, in some meaningful ways, they exceed those that are binding on members of the United States Senate. For example, in the United States Senate, we don't have the same recusal standards that they do. One can be a soybean farmer or a tobacco farmer and a member of the United States Senate and still vote on bills relating to subsidies for soybeans or regulatory issues associated with tobacco. We don't have recusal standards there. There are other differences, but this is a good one to highlight. Some of these differences, you see, reflect differences in the role that we play versus the role that they play. So to look at theirs and say, oh, that doesn't matter, that it's not adequate, all hell is breaking loose over there. It's just not true. And it's deliberately, or at least recklessly, but I think deliberately deceptive. But look, this thing really would have played out differently if the sponsors of this legislation were truly interested in an even-handed way of enhancing integrity at the Supreme Court. There are glaring instances in which there have been activities undertaken by Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Justices Ruth Bader Ginsburg, Sandra Sotomayor, Stephen Breyer, and others that raise some serious questions under the rules and standards that currently exist. Notwithstanding those, in all those examples, with one glaring exception, I don't think there's any of us in here who would credibly maintain or contend that any of those things, any of those issues related to the democratically appointed justices I just mentioned, or to that of Republicans, none of those things amounts to something that could or would or should result in impeachment, removal, criminal prosecution, or something like that. If those things arise, there are remedies to do that. There are ways that we can remove a justice who is engaged in a high level of wrongdoing. But that's not on the table here. This is part of why I maintain this is a solution in search of a problem, but it's a solution that would cause a lot of other problems. Because the solution that they propose is one that would completely remake, it would reinvent the Supreme Court. It would reinvent the litigation strategies that go into handling cases before the Supreme Court. You see, because if a person can just, by filing a document or making an accusation, trigger a review panel of lower court judges whose rulings it's the Supreme Court's job to review and in many instances reverse. It won't be long if this becomes law before it'll be considered malpractice for attorneys practicing before the Supreme Court to fail to try to trigger through these aggressive mechanisms a recusal and to cast even more doubt on the credibility and institutional reputation of the Supreme Court of the United States. I think that's very, very unfortunate. This really will change the game because in some of those circumstances, if this were to become law, they'd succeed, especially in a politically charged case. They'd figure out a way to get one of these panels of lower court judges to order the recusal of this or that justice in order to inflict their own carefully designed Supreme Court for that moment. You know, when lawyers go to trial, they go through the process of jury selection. In most parts of the country, we call that voir dire. Only in Texas, they call it voir dire. I don't really understand the difference in pronunciation, but Texans, they do things their own way. Each side gets their own opportunity to object to each juror. There are two kinds of challenges to a would-be member of the jury panel. You've got for cause challenges. You can challenge somebody for cause. You know, potential juror knows the defendant or the plaintiff, the prosecution or defense, or has some type of conflict, either side can challenge that and have that person removed from the jury panel. But the other kind of challenge is what we call a peremptory challenge. You can remove a small handful of jurors for almost any reason or no reason at all. It seems to me that this legislation would, in effect, treat the Supreme Court justices, approach them in almost the same way one might approach a potential jury, with the attorneys having the opportunity to remove individual justices whom they might consider problematic for their particular case. So at the end of the day, we look back at the fact that almost none of these instances really rise to the level of criminal wrongdoing or impeachment and removal. I don't see it. It's not there. Not on the Democratic appointees, not on the Republican appointees. Senator, I do, however, see one of them.
Senator, if you could wrap up, we have the other committee meeting now. And
I understand that. I've got things to say on this, and we have always allowed members to speak.
I hope all members have a chance to do that.
Oh, okay. I will wrap up with all deliberate speed.
What about your chart?
I'm getting to that in just a moment. There is one exception that I'm talking about. There is one allegation that's come to light fairly recently with regard to the late Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Now, Justice Ginsburg, while I disagree with many of her rulings, she's someone for whom I've long had deep respect, but there are some very serious allegations that have recently come to light that I've recently become aware of, to the effect that she received a $1 million award that went unreported. Now, I'm still reserving judgment as to exactly what to make of that. That's the only one of them that I would say, yeah, that one this might have some very significant ramifications. If she were still serving on the court, if she were still alive, that might lead to something. Even there, I feel the need to qualify that because I don't yet know all the facts of it. Those haven't all come to light. We don't yet know exactly what was done with that, whether she carried out the apparent intention or the stated purpose of intent at the outset to donate it to charity. There's a lot we don't know there. But, that's an example of something that could be more significant. The other things that we're talking about are not things for which anyone in this room could credibly maintain is the stuff of impeachment and removal. So, look, I've got colleagues on this committee on the Democratic side who like to talk a lot about dark money on the right. But let me tell you a little bit about how liberal dark money is funding these activist hit pieces underlying this legislation and the perceived need for it on the left. These activist hit pieces written by ProPublica, while also funding the activist groups calling for court packing and supporting this legislation, openly, actively, aggressively gunning for it. This is the same ProPublica that publishes hit pieces on Justice Thomas and on Justice Alito, while simultaneously turning a blind eye to other conduct from those justices appointed by Democrats. Even and especially a $1 million award given to a democratically appointed justice. Look, this chart details some of this, about the Sandler Foundation, launched by ProPublica. The Sandler Foundation, launched ProPublica and remains ProPublica's largest donor. Now, the Sandler Foundation also funds the Campaign Legal Center and the American Constitution Society, known in the industry as ACS. Both organizations publicly called for the investigations of Justice Thomas shortly after ProPublica's hit piece on Justice Thomas. These hit pieces cited experts from the Campaign Legal Center and from ACS. The Sandler Foundation also gave money that Arabella Advisors' new venture fund had earmarked for Demand Justice, which, as many in this room know, is an organization that advocates for court packing and has openly and aggressively called for Justice Thomas's resignation from the court. The Silicon Valley Community Foundation gave money to ProPublica and Citizens for Responsibility and Ethics in Washington, or CREW. CREW sent a letter to Justice Thomas calling on him to resign. The Marisala Foundation also gave money to ProPublica and to CREW. George Soros' foundation to promote open society is donated to ProPublica, the Campaign Legal Center, and CREW. The William and Flora Hewlett Foundation is given to ProPublica, the Campaign Legal Center, the American Constitution Society, Alliance for Justice, and Fix the Court. And the Ford Foundation has funded the Center for Popular Democracy and the National Women's Law Center. Both organizations called for Supreme Court reform based on ProPublica's reporting. I will close by winding back for just a moment to the whirlwind. The whirlwind quote raised by Senator Kennedy just a few minutes ago. What was that whirlwind? What was Chuck Schumer saying on the Supreme Court of the United States steps that day? He stood on the steps of the court. We will unleash the whirlwind. You won't know what hit you, Justice Gorsuch, Justice Kavanaugh. Actually, I think he just said Gorsuch and Kavanaugh, leaving out their titles. What was it? Was it, was the whirlwind the guy who traveled great distance and arrived at night outside the home of Justice Kavanaugh to kill Justice Kavanaugh? Was that the whirlwind? Was the whirlwind the blatant refusal to enforce 18 U.S.C. 1507 as against those terrorizing, sometimes daily, often weekly, or on some other semi-regular basis, the families of Supreme Court justices by protesting outside their homes, allowing those protests to take place, and then refusing to enforce federal law that makes that unlawful to do that at the home of a Supreme Court justice? Or was it these attacks impugning the credibility and character of jurists who have worked a lifetime to build reputations for themselves, reflecting on the court of credibility, even-handedness, and fairness? Perhaps that was the whirlwind. If so, this is part of that whirlwind, and we must defeat it. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lee. In defense of Ruth Bader Ginsburg, who cannot defend herself, she disclosed the $1 million award and then announced she was donating it to charity.
Be recognized.
Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to call up my amendment OLL 23707. This would extend the right to carry a firearm to federal judges so they can protect themselves. Many of us, back in Texas and also here in D.C., have gone through the process of getting a concealed firearms license because I'm concerned, particularly with the increase in crime and attacks against public officials and threats against public officials, that they need to be in a position to defend themselves should they choose to do so. We've already talked about the high-profile threats and attempted attacks against Justice Kavanaugh, but of course, we know there's also been a recent killing of a retired Wisconsin state court judge, John Romer, by a criminal who'd previously sentenced him. And of course, we've also considered the tragic death of Judge Salas's son in 2020. So I've heard from a lot of judges, not just on the Supreme Court, but across the country, who are reporting more and more threats of violence against them. Judges should be able to protect themselves and their lives and their family members anytime, anywhere, whether or not a police officer answers a 911 call on a timely basis. So my amendment would allow those federal judges who choose to do so the authority to, along the same terms as qualified law enforcement officers do now. This is particularly important as federal judges go to and from their federal courthouse, travel, or even run errands in their neighborhood. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment.
Thank you, Senator Cornyn. As I understand it, there's nothing to stop a federal judge from carrying a gun now other than state and local law. And I don't know if this is an attempt to exempt
There's nothing to stop them other than state law or federal law?
State and local that I can think of.
So well, the point is this would make it under federal law, which would preempt restrictions at the state and local level.
Does that require a training course?
That's voluntary by the judge.
Well, it raises some
They're
questions.
trained sportsmen. They've been raised their whole life using firearms. They know how to do so safely and store them appropriately. I think if we trust them with our Constitution, we should trust them with a firearm to defend themselves.
Nothing under current law that prohibits a federal judge from applying for a concealed carry permit wherever he happens to reside. Nothing. I don't know if this is a federal preemption of state requirements on training, and each state has a different approach to this, but I certainly wonder why we would take this up at this moment when we're considering protecting the reputation of the court. I would
Well, because of
oppose
the
this
overt attacks by the Majority Leader of the United States Senate and others. I mean, Mr. Chairman, you pointed out appropriately so, we have responded with additional resources for law enforcement.
And we will continue to.
For the members of the court. And I asked Senator Lee because I wasn't sure that was the case, but apparently there are protective details available to the justices now, but historically that's not been true. They've been basically on their own or on an ad hoc basis when they've requested the U.S. Marshal Service to provide them assistance. But the premise that the Supreme Court, like many other public officials, are subject to threats and potential attacks against their person or their families, I don't think's in doubt.
Anyone else seek recognition on this amendment? If not, the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Hirono?
Mr. Chairman, this amendment, like the previous amendment, are among a number of amendments, over 60, filed by our Republican colleagues on this committee, which has nothing, as far as I can see, to do with a code of ethics for the Supreme Court. So now suddenly we're dealing with an amendment that would allow justices and judges to carry guns. What does that have to do with a code of ethics for the Supreme Court? I have to say that sitting here listening to my Republican colleagues malign our motives as to what we are attempting to do with something, as I thought, as common sense, as requiring the Supreme Court to abide by a code of ethics as all of our other judiciary members have to abide by. What is so hard to understand about that? In the meantime, I see there are other amendments that have to do with our code of ethics, the executive branch behavior, members of the Judiciary Committee. You know, I don't know what that has got to do with the matter and the bill before us. So I'd just like to say that, in addition to what I've already said, first of all, it is not productive to question really the motives of those of us who sit here and who are saying that the highest court in the land should be setting an example in terms of abiding by a code of ethics. So we do not often see sitting judges, weighing in on the need for the Supreme Court to have a code of ethics. So I would like to ask unanimous consent to have Judge Michael Ponzer's article. It was a guest essay in the New York Times dated July 14th, 2023. And when she says, yes, does the Supreme Court realize how bad it smells? And in the context of the various disclosures, that raises a lot of eyebrows, you know, free private airplane travel, payment of tuition. And yes, this applies to Republican and Democratic nominated Supreme Court justices. So in the end of his article, he says, although the exact numbers fluctuate because of vacancies, the core of our federal judiciary comprises roughly 540 magistrate judges, 670 district judges, 180 appeals court judges, and 9 Supreme Court justices, fewer than 1,500 men and women in a country more than 330 million people and 3.8 million square miles. And much depends on this small cohort's accurate sense of smell, its instinctive, uncompromising integrity, and its appearance of integrity.
Mr. Chairman?
So I will be voting against this and other amendments that have nothing to do with what is before us, which is Code of Ethics for the Supreme Court.
Without objection, the article referred to by Senator Hirono will be added to the record. Senator Graham?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to respond to my colleague from Hawaii. The point we're trying to make is that we're not questioning motives. We're reading what you said. We're putting this in context of a broader picture. The majority leader of the United States Senate went to the steps of the Supreme Court and threatened them as much as you can literally threaten somebody. There's been an effort on your side to expand the Supreme Court, to do away with the conservative majority. So there's a pattern here of trying to diminish, demonize, and neuter the court. I don't know if you've read the bill you're supporting, but this bill is a complete frontal assault on how the court operates by congressional statute. It creates a system that Senator Lee described that would make it very easy to make an allegation of a conflict of interest and have a panel of judges, not the individual judge, decide the merits of this. It fundamentally changes the recusal system. At the end of the day, I think it is literally a remaking of the court designed to dilute the power that exists today of the Supreme Court for political purposes. And this can't be viewed in isolation. You know, Justice Ginsburg, a lot of Americans admire, including me. She got $1 million. I'm not suggesting she took the money. I think she gave it away, but she won't tell us who she gave it away to. And they still won't.
Mr. Chairman.
She signed an opinion, the Virginia Miller Institute VMI case about women going to state-supported schools. She signed a copy of that opinion to be auctioned off by the National Organization of Women's Legal Defense Fund. So all I'm saying, and the court travels everywhere. I have not bored this committee with the travel schedule of all the justices during the summer, and I don't begrudge them for doing that. I wish I could go to some of these places. The bottom line is, you know, I'm not begrudging that. You are trying to destroy this court, and this bill is part of a process. So yes, we view this in a broader context. These amendments have everything to do about protecting the court. Millions of Americans watched on television an organized effort to go to Supreme Court justices' homes for the desired purpose of ruining their lives, intimidating their families, and not a damn thing happened about it. Yes, that is, to me, relevant. Whether a judge should carry a gun or not, if they want to, they should. The bottom line here is this is relevant. And we will look at this in a broader perspective. And that perspective, I think we've tried to articulate pretty well. A concerted effort been going on for years to marginalize and destroy this court.
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Hono, and then we'll call the vote.
Since my colleague is directly addressing me, I would like to say that if there's anybody that's been spending decades trying to put onto the Supreme Court the kind of people who have an ideological agenda, I would say that it is the very judges or justices that my colleague is supporting. So again, I say that we are confronted with a Supreme Court that in terms of recusal, for example, they get to decide individually whether or not they would recuse themselves. How is it that you can have a Supreme Court justice who does not recuse himself when his wife is involved in the very issue that is before him? I would say that those kinds of examples really raise the question of why shouldn't the Supreme Court have a code of ethics as those kinds of provisions apply to everybody else. And by the way, we have a code of ethics in the Senate. This is our code of ethics, Senate Code of Ethics. Why shouldn't the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in the land, and when you talk about intimidating the court, how do you intimidate the court that gets to decide cases and reverse cases that are decades-long decisions, and there's nothing we can do about it? So please, the constant refrain of citing to the majority leader is, as in my view, it's not very compelling. What is compelling is the need for the Supreme Court to have a code of ethics.
Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Let's get to the vote.
Senator Cornyn.
Mr. Chairman, I would just direct the senator from Hawaii to the United States Court's website, which has a code of conduct for U.S. judges. You said they don't have a code of conduct and they need one, and so the Congress has to impose it on them. That's just factually incorrect. And the senator's question, what's the relevance of providing a judge an opportunity to defend themselves and their family? What's the relevance of that to the longstanding campaign of intimidation and harassment recently rising to the crest of the majority leader threatening two members of the court by name? You know, what's the relevance of self-defense to that? Well, it is because there are unstable minds out there who, when they see public officials accusing the members of the court of wrongful conduct, they will respond to that. And thank goodness, in the case of Justice Kavanaugh, law enforcement was able to interdict the individual who intended to kill him. So I think Justice Kavanaugh and every judge ought to have the ability to defend themselves if other defenses are not available. And it's directly related to the campaign of intimidation, harassment, and the attempt to politicize the court.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make
Question is on the, Senator Lee.
Yeah, as to the recusal standard, yeah, they make that decision. That is how that works. It's how it's always worked. It's how it should work. It's no different in that regard from what we have in the United States Senate. We also have the decision up to us as to whether to recuse. The difference is there's no legal expectation or requirement that we do so. They do have one. Thank you.
Questions on the adoption of the.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. This deals with the leak of the Dobbs opinion. And to so many Tennesseans, that was truly a low point of the court. Now, confidentiality and trust of the court, this is something we've talked about a good bit, how important that is to the deliberative process. And Justice Thomas said, when you lose that trust, it changes the institution fundamentally. And that leak really put a spotlight on the efforts of some from the left to push forward their agenda. They went so far as to accuse Justice Alito of leaking the draft. And the American people knew that that was unlikely. The leak didn't just harm public confidence in the court, it literally made the justices targets. A target of assassination, children became targets. No member of the U.S. Senate should be okay with that type targeting of our justices. Now, this amendment is simple. Since it seems that my colleagues on the other side of the aisle are intent on pushing through this effort to delegitimize the Supreme Court, my amendment delays the implementation of this bill until the Dobbs leaker is identified and publicly disclosed. This ought not to be a hard vote. Mr. Chairman, even yourself, in January, you said, and I'm going to quote you, the leak of the majority draft opinion in the Dobbs case was an unacceptable breach of the Supreme Court's confidentiality and trust. So I am going to urge my colleagues to vote yes on this amendment.
Thank you, Senator. This amendment would tie the enactment date of Supreme Court ethics, recusal, and transparency to the date on which the person who leaked the draft decision in Dobbs is identified and publicly disclosed. I hope we can all agree, as I said earlier, that the leak of the majority draft opinion was unprecedented and an indefensible breach of Supreme Court confidential deliberations. However, I'm disappointed that the Supreme Court's own investigation, ordered by the Chief Justice Roberts, into the breach failed to uncover the source of the leak. I'm especially disappointed the investigation did not include sworn interviews for the justices themselves. They said they've gone to every possible person, but they stopped short of asking for sworn statements by the justices themselves. If anything, this highlights the need for more independent oversight of the court. However, this amendment would do nothing to address this failure, nor address the failure of the crisis of public confidence in the court. We're in a situation, Senator, where you're saying justices who have not given sworn statements can withhold those statements, whether they're implicated or not, go unresolved as to what the source of the leak was, and as long as that's the case, no code of ethics in the Supreme Court. I don't follow your thinking on this, and I oppose this amendment.
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I think that that it makes perfect sense that we would withhold this until they come forward with this information. This is something that we want to know. It is something that the American people want to know. So we should hold this bill, and even if it's signed into law, it would not be implemented until we find out who is the leaker and until that issue is resolved.
Question, Senator Cruz, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to call up my amendment SIL 23800. This amendment is very simple. It consists of one sentence. The Supreme Court of the United States shall be composed of 9 justices. There has been considerable debate about the efforts of the radical left and the Democrat Party to pack the United States Supreme Court, to add 4 left-wing justices immediately to the court to grow the number from 9 to 13 because Democrats are unhappy with the decisions that are being issued by the Supreme Court. When FDR tried to pack the court, it was widely recognized to be a grotesque abuse of power, undermining the rule of law. That was true then, it's true now. Some Democrats in this body claim, at least when they return home and talk to their constituents, that they do not support packing the Supreme Court. This amendment is an opportunity to go on record and be clear whether or not you support packing the court. I would urge adoption of the amendment.
Thank you, Senator. The Constitution, of course, does not stipulate the number of Supreme Court justices. That is a decision of Congress. We have a long history of altering the makeup of the court. The number of justices has changed 6 times before we landed on the number 9 in 1869. There's only one living senator who has changed the size of the Supreme Court. That is Senator Mitch McConnell of Kentucky, who shrank the court to 8 seats for nearly a year and for purely political reasons, so he could refuse Merrick Garland's nomination by President Obama. Republicans engaged in court packing plain and simple when they refused to consider then-Judge Garland's nomination in 2016 and then hurried through Justice Barrett's nomination in 2020. My Republican colleagues routinely try to forget and ignore this history. Republicans' insistence now that the Supreme Court must remain at 9 seats and their hysteria over Democrats even discussing a change does not square with that count that I just gave you. Ultimately, however, this amendment is unrelated to the bill before us and the very real need to ensure the courts put in place an enforceable code of conduct. I will therefore oppose the amendment. Anyone else seek recognition?
Mr. Chairman,
Senator Cruz.
if I could respond briefly, it is true that Congress has the authority to change the number of justices on the court. The last time Congress exercised that authority was in 1869, just after the Civil War. So it has been a long time that we have had 9 justices. That is why, when FDR tried to pack the court, even Democrats said this was an abuse of power. It's an interesting commentary that in the 1930s, Democrats in Congress recognized that packing the court would do real damage to the rule of law, to the Constitution. Today, Democrats no longer believe that. The chairman tries to engage in wordplay by saying the Senate exercising advice and consent is somehow packing the court. It is true that when President Obama nominated Merrick Garland, the majority of the Supreme Court made the decision not to confirm him. That is not packing this court. That is exercising the constitutional authority of the Senate to advise and consent, and in that case, to allow the voters to make a decision. Justice Scalia passed away in February of a presidential election year, and the history had been true for 8 decades that when a vacancy occurred in a presidential election year and the Senate was in the opposing party's hands, the Senate did not fill that vacancy, but rather allowed the voters to decide. That's what the Senate did. I understand Senate Democrats are unhappy about that. I also understand Senate Democrats wish Hillary Clinton had won instead of Donald Trump. That's not, in fact, what happened. Packing the Supreme Court means one very specific thing: adding additional seats to change the balance of power because you are unhappy about how the Supreme Court is ruling. It is directly interfering in the administration of justice, and it is profoundly dangerous. And I got to say, it's going to be sad, but it's going to be revealing. The next time some Democrat goes on the trail and says, no, 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 we're not going to pack the court, just remember what you're about to see, which is going to be every Democrat voting against the Supreme Court consisting of 9 justices, because today's Democrats, it is partisanship above all else, including the rule of law. This bill reflects that, and a willingness of Democrats to try to undermine the legitimacy of the Supreme Court. But the willingness to pack the court shows just how radicalized today's Democrats have become.
Chairman.
I'll recognize you in just 1 second, Senator Whitehouse. Perhaps the senator from Texas recalls a meeting of the Senate Judiciary Subcommittee on Oversight, which you chaired, and in which you accused the Supreme Court of activism and called for the need to, quote, rein in judicial tyranny over the Obergefell decision. Last month, shortly after the High Court handed down a 5-4 decision that made marriage equality the law of the land, you vowed to propose a constitutional amendment that would effectively upend Article 3 of the U.S. Constitution and subject justices to periodic retention elections. The sacred number 9 was not honored during the month of 2016 because it was last year of Obama's presidency. Unpacking a court by Senator McConnell with the express purpose of a political result. So I still oppose this amendment. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Like so many of our Republican friends' amendments today, this is not related to the bill at hand. And I would note that we are here discussing this because of the ethics mess that has taken place at the Supreme Court. We certainly know that a lot of improper things have happened and have not been disclosed. I think the multiple billionaire-funded private jet flights to various places are pretty self-explanatory as inappropriate. The excuses that have been made to try to justify them don't pass the test of, frankly, what other federal judges would tolerate in a courtroom. And until we know what the true depth is of the problem at the court, it's impossible to know what the appropriate response is. So I have not spoken out in favor of adding a number to the court, but I don't think we should foreclose that in an amendment here because we don't know yet what the whole story here is. We have a lot of investigative work to do to get to the bottom of it. We saw another important article come out just this morning about the nexus between Leonard Leo and his front groups and his billionaires who fund him and one of the justices on the Supreme Court. It just keeps getting worse. So I would urge a no vote on this amendment, and I believe we have a quorum to vote.
On the Cruz Amendment 23800, the clerk will call the roll.
The majority whip.
Mr. President, my timing couldn't have been better. To arrive on the floor of the Senate after the Republican leader, Senator McConnell, has given a speech on the cost of drugs in America, I have the rest of the story, the other side of the story that he has just delivered. He spoke about prescription drug socialism. I want to talk about the unfairness of pharmaceutical pricing to Americans, to families, and across the board. People have talked about the cost of prescription drugs being too high for as long as I can remember. But last week, President Joe Biden and Democrats in Congress marked a milestone in fulfilling a commitment to start bringing down the outrageous price of prescription drugs. For years, Americans have paid the highest prices in the world, for medications. We pay an average of 4 times more than other Western countries for exactly the same drugs made by the same companies. But last year, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act, which Senator McConnell calls prescription drug socialism, Democrats finally delivered for America's patients, granting Medicare the power to negotiate fair prices for medications used by seniors. He made the point, I want to make it again. Not a single Republican senator voted in favor of bringing down prescription drug prices in the Inflation Reduction Act. Not one Republican senator would join us. Thank goodness we had enough votes to pass it, and President Joe Biden signed it into law. Well, last week the president announced the first 10 drugs that would see reductions from negotiations. The negotiations that cost the Medicare program and American taxpayers more than $50 billion last year. And in 2022, seniors across America spent more than $3 billion on co-pays at the drugstores for these 10 drugs. For example, 132,000 seniors in Illinois each spent an average of $500 out of pocket on Eliquis. Recognize the name? Eliquis, a blood thinner. The Inflation Reduction Act capped the price of insulin for seniors at $35 a month and went on to say no senior will have to pay more than $2,000 in a year out of pocket for cost on prescription drugs. The law established new penalties for drug manufacturers that raise prices unreasonably, and many vaccines are now free for seniors, like the shingles vaccine that had a list price of nearly $400. This is what Senator McConnell and the Republicans call socialism. To me, it is simple fairness. Once again, not a single Republican voted to support this measure, not one. In fact, the Republicans have called this socialist price controls. Socialism, it's all socialism. Bringing down the cost of prescription drugs to Republicans, it just has to be too much government. Socialism. How do they ignore the fact that for years the Veterans Administration already uses negotiations to bring down prices for veterans and the VA to provide for some of the best serving Americans in history? Bargaining for fair prices allows the VA to pay an average of 1/2 what Medicare pays for exactly the same drug. Now let me make sure this is clear to you. The Veterans Administration say to the pharmaceutical companies, our veterans need your drugs, but we're going to negotiate with you to get a fair price. That fair price means that the veterans are paying 1/2 what other families have to pay when they go to the drugstore. So now we are saying Medicare, for seniors and disabled, Medicare is going to have the same negotiating power too, so they can bring the cost of drugs down for seniors and for our government. I think if it's good enough for America's veterans, I think it's good enough for seniors too. And let's be crystal clear. Big Pharma has been untouchable in politics for way too long. First off, I imagine when the president announced this list, America said, well, I know those names of those drugs. Why are we so familiar with these odd names? Because they are among the most heavily advertised drugs on television in America today. You know how many ads you see for drugs on television each day? American? Average of 9 per day. And those shows that look like they're geared towards senior audiences, even more. How many countries in the world allow drug companies to advertise on television? 2. One's, of course, the United States. The other one, New Zealand. Only 2 countries do. By filling the airwaves with these ads, Big Pharma is inflating demand for the most expensive drugs on the market. Some manufacturers spend over $100 million a year to make sure that you can spell Xarelto and then go ask your doctor for it. They never tell you what the price of the drug is, do they? Of all the things they say on TV and that garbled message that they have with rapid fire at the end. Never mention the price. Don't you think it's worth knowing that Xarelto costs $500 a month when a generic or lower price alternative may be just as effective? Republican Senator Chuck Grassley and I have a common sense bipartisan bill. Let me give you the idea behind the bill. Some may call it radical socialism. We would require Big Pharma to end the secrecy about the price of the drugs that they're running on the ads. Disclose that price right up front. Incidentally, in 2020, Xarelto's manufacturer, Johnson & Johnson, spent $22 million on marketing Xarelto. How much did they spend on research for drugs in the new year? $12 million. 22 billion versus 12 billion. Similarly, Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer spent more than $1 billion on ads for Eliquis, $1 billion, and doubled the price from $250 a month to $529 a month. The result? Medicare spent $16 billion last year on this blood thinner and medication, $16 billion. I have a chart here which I want to refer to. It has a lot of information on it, but there are several things I'll point out just to make clear what we're up against. Xarelto, Medicare spent $6 billion. The average estimated expenditure for ads, $107 million a year for 6 years. The cost, the overall revenue for Xarelto was $7.4 billion. Medicare paid $6 billion of it. We are the biggest consumers of these drugs that are being advertised on television, whose prices are going up and up and up. Bristol Myers Squibb and Pfizer earned more than $18 billion from Eliquis last year. One drug that's not on the list of the 10 drugs that the president noted is Ozempic. It could be subject to price negotiations next year. Most Americans are now aware of this blockbuster diabetes medication and can probably sing the jingle on command. Its manufacturer, Novo Nordisk, has plastered the airways, spending $750 million on ads since 2018. As a result, Ozempic charged Medicare $3 billion in 2021. Now, people are going to argue, and you heard it from Senator from Kentucky, that, who is going to pay for this? This is private industry simply coming up with a good product that's needed and charging for a profit. What they don't tell you is that virtually all of the 156 drugs approved by the Food and Drug Administration between 2010 and 2019 were developed with research from National Institutes of Health. What's the National Institutes of Health? It's the taxpayer-funded basic research agency that does the groundbreaking research that leads to these drugs. So the taxpayers are in on the cost of the drugs from the start. The manufacturers have gamed the patent system to keep lower-priced competitors off the markets. Now the typical patent lasts for 20 years. Here's what this basically boils down to, an explanation. When you discover a chemical formula that you think has potential to have some drug value, you file a patent, and you are protected from 20 years developing that chemical compound and selling it to the public. So it's virtual monopoly control over the pricing of that drug during your patent period. The idea is at the end of the patent, the formula becomes available to the public, and generic drug manufacturers can step in and make the same thing that you originally made at a fraction of the cost. So the consumer finally, at the end of the patent, gets a break and gets the cost reduced. However, some very well-paid lawyers for these pharmaceutical companies find ways to stretch that patent on and on for years. As I said, the typical patent lasts for 20 years from the discovery of the chemical compound. It's usually filed at that time, early in the drug development. But these 10 drugs that the president noted have been loaded up with secondary patents, extending that period of monopoly sales for years and years. It's a scheme by Big Pharma to block competition, which brings prices down for consumers and for Medicare and Medicaid. Take a look at Imbruvica. I'm going to see if I can pronounce this drug's name. Imbruvica, a cancer medication. It's right here. Imbruvica, cancer medication from AbbVie and Johnson & Johnson. It's received 17 patents since its original FDA approval, extending its protection to 2035, another 12 years from now. On AstraZeneca's Farxiga, which is on this list, I'm going to find it here. Here it is, AstraZeneca's Farxiga. Medicare spent $3.3 billion a year on this drug, spent $77 million a year advertising it on television. How much did they have as global revenue in 2022? $4.4 billion. So of the $4.4 billion, 3.3 came right out of the taxpayer's agency, Medicare. It's a cancer medication. It has received 37 patents since its FDA approval, extending its protection to 2035, as I mentioned. This Farxiga added 15 patents after its approval, shielding the drug for competition for 16 years. By retaining extensive monopoly periods, the manufacturers have been able to charge Medicare and patients as much as they want. It doesn't have to be this way. While Jardiance retails for more than $700 in the United States, the exact same drug sells for $150 in Canada. $700 in the United States, $150 in Canada. It costs $680 to $700 in the U.S., yet Farxiga costs $680 in the U.S. and $110 in the United Kingdom. How can you explain that difference? Why are the American consumers being taken to the cleaners? Here's the bottom line. For too long, Big Pharma has abused the drug pricing system in America, driving up cost and profits off the backs of patients who can no longer afford these medications. Last week's announcement is a breakthrough, a political breakthrough, thanks to the Inflation Reduction Act passed here in the Senate and House, signed by President Biden, without a single Republican senator voting in favor of it, not one. What a shame it is that Big Pharma has filed lawsuit after lawsuit to block these savings for patients. And what a shame that it's become so darn partisan. I can't tell you how many families have brought this issue up to me. Whether they have a sick child or an aging parent, they need help in the cost of medications. This should be bipartisan, for goodness sakes. We can have a healthy, productive pharmaceutical industry and have pricing that's affordable. We can bring Canadian prices home to America once we shame these pharmaceutical companies into admitting that they're taking advantage of American consumers. One of the arguments made by Senator McConnell was to reference a study at the University of Chicago. He said that if we go ahead with this so-called prescription drug socialism, we're going to deny the discovery and marketing of 130 new drugs. Now, of course, that would be a very great concern. The Congressional Budget Office looked at that study, which was done long before this bill was passed, and said, in fact, we stand to lose 13 new drugs over the next 30 years if we bring down the profit-taking by these pharmaceutical companies. 13 over 30 years. If a drug is not affordable, it's not accessible. So a drug that you can't afford, even if it's on the market, is of no help to you and your family. Is this important beyond the cost at the drugstore? Yes, it is. One of the leading health insurers in this country, Blue Cross Blue Shield, told me in Chicago that the #1 driver of health insurance premiums people are paying at work is the cost of prescription drugs. This advertising that creates this appetite for all these new drugs leads to requests by patients of doctors to prescribe them. Some doctors, instead of taking the time to question whether or not a patient needs the drug or whether a generic could be satisfactory, just write out a script. And the cost of health care goes up day in and day out. Individuals, even with copays, are finding it difficult to have their prescriptions filled. That doesn't have to be this way. If the pharmaceutical companies of the United States of America would just treat us like their Canadian customers, that's all I might ask for, or European customers, we'd be in a much better condition. Finally, we have a president and an administration that stopped talking about it and is doing something. What the president has said is that we are going to negotiate for American consumers and for Medicare the prices of these top 10 drugs: Eliquis, Jardiance, Xarelto, Januvia, Farxiga, Entresto, Enbrel, Imbruvica, Stelara, and I don't have this spelled out here, Novo Nordisk drug Fiasp. All of these are going to be negotiated by the president to bring down the prices by authority created in Congress in a bill that passed with no Republican support. If the price of prescription drugs is important to you, understand that the battle is now joined. The president has announced we're going after these overcharging pharmaceutical companies. Finally, the American consumer is going to have a champion and have a break here in the cost of prescription drugs. It's long overdue. I yield the floor. statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So if you're a parent out there listening to this hearing, I would encourage you to advocate for your child. I would encourage you to go to the school district, the library, wherever you believe is appropriate on behalf of your child. You have an obligation as a parent to lend your voice to the cause you think helps your child develop in the right way. About this hearing, what is our role here? What am I supposed to do? Am I supposed to take over every school board in the country and veto their decisions about what books go into public schools? In the library, I hadn't spent a lot of time in the library. That speaks poorly of me. But am I supposed to, as a United States Senator, take over the libraries of all of this country and be the final say of what goes in a library? I hope not. I think not. So this is an important hearing in this regard. It shows the difference of the two parties on this issue. School boards, whether elected or appointed in our system, should be the people we go to talk about what's in a school. A library board should be the group of people that decides what goes in a library. And if you don't like the outcome, at least you can complain. And to all the parents out there who believe there's a bunch of stuff in our schools being pushed on your children that go over the line, you're absolutely right. To governors and to local officials who want to make sure that agendas are not being pushed upon your children, you're right to speak up. In Burbank, California, some school districts banned Huckleberry Finn. To Kill a Mockingbird. I don't agree with that, but that was your right to make that decision. So what I want to leave with you, Mr. Chairman, is that we on this side, I think to a person, I understand what Senator Cornyn is saying, but he'll speak for himself in a minute. I don't think there's one person on our side of the aisle believes that we, the federal government, should be deciding these issues. And if you don't like the outcome, pick a school board you do like. And it's wrong for conservatives to try to pick school board members. It's absolutely okay for every liberal organization to destroy conservatives who make decisions they don't like. So we're not buying this. We're not going to be intimidated. To governors out there, I look to you for leadership on such issues. Some are providing it, and congratulations to you. To parents, don't give an inch on this. Speak up. Violence is never the answer. But show up, speak up, and a lot of the times the books that are being complained about by parents, you can't even read in the public hearing. And I won't read it today. But somebody needs to understand that this is a big issue for many parents in this country. And Mr. Chairman, this committee has done a lot of good work on social media reform. I like you. We worked on immigration. We can have our differences. But to me, here's what we should be talking about right now. And I'll be brief. As we talk about the federal government's role in deciding what goes in a library or a school, there's been 347% increase in illegal crossings since 2020. 183,000 people came over legally in July. We've had 146 people on the terrorist watch list. In FY22, which is about 2.4 million came across. Since President Biden's been president, 5.5 million people have come across illegally. That's bigger than the state of South Carolina. Last couple of weeks, smugglers with ISIS ties helped migrants enter U.S. from Mexico, raising alarm bells. I'd like to be talking about that. And matter of fact, you can go get the classified briefing. You ought to. It will scare you. And finally, it's just not me saying these things. New York City, the mayor, is at capacity. We have no more room in the city and we need help. This is a national crisis that begs for a national response since day one. The migrant crisis will destroy New York City. New York City will experience a financial tsunami. The mayor's right. We should be trying to find a way to fix this problem. That, to me, is the biggest priority facing this committee. And as to this panel, I'll listen, but I'll end where I started. It's not our job to decide these things. And if you're a parent, don't be intimidated.
Say to my colleague in
I have to disagree.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask you a question?
You may.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't here when the bill that you obviously favor was considered by the Senate. My question's simple. Did it grant amnesty to folks who are in our country illegally?
No, Senator, I don't believe it did. I think the decision in the bill was that those who are undocumented, currently living in the United States, would report themselves to the government and pay their taxes and their Social Security. They would not qualify for citizenship, at least in the outset. And the idea was to get everybody on the books once and for all. I think that is a positive step forward. It did have favorable sections for dreamers, which you can imagine I had some interest in. But there were several things.
How is that not amnesty?
DREAM Act?
How is that not amnesty?
Well, it isn't as if they're being forgiven for wrongdoing. They were brought to this country as children and infants. I don't think that there was any culpable conduct on the part of these dreamers, if you wish.
So you were allowed to register, and if you registered, you could stay indefinitely?
No, there was a path to citizenship for dreamers. But there was no culpable conduct on the part of infants brought here to this country.
I'm just trying to understand. It just sounds to me like that's amnesty.
In your eyes, it may be, but if a child is brought here at the age of 2 to say that they are guilty of some criminal act or should have criminal culpability, I think is an extreme position.
Well, I'm not trying to say 2-year-olds are bad people. I'm just trying to understand what your bill does, and it sounds like it's
lengthy.
amnesty.
It's lengthy.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Sure. We have a round of questions from the senators. Each have 5 minutes. I'd like to direct my question to Secretary Janulius. The American Library Association has written the following: 1,269 demands to censor library books and resources in 2022, the highest number of attempted book bans since ALA began compiling data about censorship in libraries more than 20 years ago. The unparalleled number of reported book challenges in 2022 nearly doubles the 729 challenges reported in 2021. My first part of my question is going to ask you to address that statement by the American Library Association in light of testimony before us that this is much ado about nothing. And the second one is the notion that book extremist attacks on student and book bans are not that prevalent. Book banning has reached new heights over the past 2 years. Local leaders in states such as Texas, Florida, Utah, Missouri, Iowa, Indiana, and others have all recently enacted legislation facilitating banning books in local school districts and libraries. These new laws provide for civil penalties and/or jail time for violations that pose great risk to teachers and librarians. And that's why groups like the American Library Association have spoken out. Can you reflect on those two statements?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The two are related. As state librarian, I travel the state of Illinois, and we talk to librarians, we talk to libraries, school libraries, public libraries. The level of threats, intimidation, physical threats, in talking to librarians, these are not my viewpoints. They have never seen it in their entire careers. Because of these political attempts to ban books, we're seeing libraries close down at record numbers. It's difficult to find new librarians who want to serve in roles that used to be their dream jobs. And just a few weeks ago, in the suburbs of Chicago, numerous libraries received bomb threats and were forced to close their doors. So I can tell you, in Illinois, it's very real, and across the country, the problem is worse. And again, What our bill aims to do and will do is to fight for and protect these librarians. We have to fight for our librarians. We also have to trust that they have the professional judgment, experience to make decisions on what books belong in circulation. It should not be up to fringe elements screaming from the rooftops about books that they've never read. These are librarians and individuals that have advanced degrees in library science, masters of library science, masters of information and library science, and it's important to make sure that we allow them to determine what's in circulation, and it's important for us to trust parents to determine what books their kids should read. And again, it is not up to parents to tell other parents what books kids should read. Another point I'd like to make when it comes to our legislation. We are not advocating for any single book to be at a library or not be at a library. What we're saying is let's trust our librarians to make these decisions, not an individual parent that's angry or disagrees with a certain viewpoint. Judy Bloom said recently, "I believe that censorship grows out of fear. And because fear is contagious, some parents are easily swayed. Book banning satisfies their need to feel in control of their children's lives. This fear is often disguised as, quote, moral outrage. They want to believe that if their children don't read about it, and then their children won't know about it. And if they don't know about it, it won't happen. As I mentioned in my opening remarks, I have 3 young daughters. Of course there are books that are not age appropriate, but that's what being a parent is all about. Doing your best to keep an eye on what your children read and what they consume." Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I would just add as well that putting this in the context of the world we live in, where so much information is so available to people carrying simply iPhones or any laptop computer that they have access to, that we ought to be honest and realistic about that. I agree with you. The first responsibility is the parent's responsibility. And we believe there are age-appropriate restrictions that can be introduced in libraries and other places, which generally are consistent with freedom of expression. I thank you. Senator Graham.
Thank you. Let's just build on what has been said. How do you say your name, sir? Alex?
Alexi Janula.
Turn to at this time. I'm ready to do that at any point. I think we need to do so.
Mr. Chairman, I take you up on that. Bring the bill forward. Let John tell us what he doesn't like about it, how he can make it better, and let's vote. America is really in a national crisis, according to the mayor of New York City, not Lindsey Graham. This is incredibly dangerous, incredibly irresponsible. Afghanistan is now in the hands of the Taliban. The threat of terrorism against the United States is getting worse, not better. ISIS smugglers are involved in getting people into the United States. I think if you brought the Gang of 8 bill or any other bill as the base bill and have a debate on it, this committee would be well served. We could all vote, we could all amend it, and I look forward to doing that.
So let's start by having our staff take a look at the bill. What is it, 7 or 8 years now?
Count me in.
And let's update it, which I'm sure we'll have to do in some respects, and see if we can move it forward. As long as it's bipartisan and has a chance of passing in the Senate as well as the House, I think it's a good effort.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just respond briefly. I can't even remember when the Gang of 8 bill was on the floor. Was that 2016? 13. Oh, 10 years ago. And it didn't pass the House. I mean, I know you are proud of that product, but unfortunately, it didn't pass the House. And of course, as we all know from Schoolhouse Rock, a bill becomes a law when it passes both chambers of Congress and gets a presidential signature. So forgive me for saying this, but that bill failed to succeed. I know you're proud of it, but that was also at a different time than we're in now. And before the Biden border crisis became so dire. And I think there's a different dynamic. Certainly there's a Republican House. They're not going to take up and pass the Gang of 8 bill. You know that. I know that. Everybody knows that. So forgive me, but when you keep talking about the Gang of 8 bill as somehow being the gold standard, I have to disagree.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask you a question?
You may.
Mr. Chairman, I wasn't here when the bill that you obviously favor was considered by the Senate. My question's simple. Did it grant amnesty to folks who are in our country illegally?
No, Senator, I don't believe it did. I think the decision in the bill was that those who are undocumented, currently living in the United States, would report themselves to the government and pay their taxes and their Social Security. They would not qualify for citizenship, at least in the outset. And the idea was to get everybody on the books once and for all. I think that is a positive step forward. It did have favorable sections for dreamers, which you can imagine I had some interest in. But there were several things.
How is that not amnesty?
DREAM Act?
How is that not amnesty?
Well, it isn't as if they're being forgiven for wrongdoing. They were brought to this country as children and infants. I don't think that there was any culpable conduct on the part of these dreamers, if you wish.
So you were allowed to register, and if you registered, you could stay indefinitely?
No, there was a path to citizenship for dreamers. But there was no culpable conduct on the part of infants brought here to this country.
I'm just trying to understand. It just sounds to me like that's amnesty.
In your eyes, it may be, but if a child is brought here at the age of 2 to say that they are guilty of some criminal act or should have criminal culpability, I think is an extreme position.
Well, I'm not trying to say 2-year-olds are bad people. I'm just trying to understand what your bill does, and it sounds like it's
lengthy.
amnesty.
It's lengthy.
If I may, Mr. Chairman?
Sure.
I was part of that, and sort of here's what I'll tell my good friend from Louisiana. You got to get bipartisan buy-in, right? You got to secure your border. If you don't, it's a fruitless exercise. You need to increase legal immigration because we don't have enough people to work in our economy, and you need to deal with people here illegally, and I've been very open to doing all those things, but it is 2023, and Senator Cornyn mentioned our effort didn't make it. If you want to use it as a base product, fine, but even I would say in 2023, the problem is so much bigger than it was before. It would take more effort on the border. It would take a real lift to stop the flow, and I'm willing to work with you. I'm willing to compromise, but the administration has done nothing. Senator Kennedy, they sent a bill that nobody on our side would support, and it was a dream of the left. I mean, again, at the end of the day, I don't mind disagreeing with Republicans about how to fix an immigration system. I do mind doing nothing about it. And the sooner we can have this debate in this committee, and you may be surprised, there might be consensus, big bill, small bill, middle bill, something's better than nothing. America is under siege, and we need to fix this problem.
Mr. Chairman. Just a second. We're going to return to the subject of this hearing shortly. What Senator Klobuchar?
I'm looking forward to hearing the witnesses, but Mr. Chairman, I did want to point out the argument that nothing has been considered for 8 years or something like that. I actually view, when you look at the arc of time on this, when President Bush was in, he wanted desperately, Republican president, to get this done. I remember Senator Graham was in the group that worked on this. Then you fast forward, right, to Obama, and this is the effort you're talking about during that time. But even during President Trump, there was a major effort made, led by Senator Rounds, if you remember, an introduced bill that was maybe what Senator Graham was getting at when he talked about a more limited bill. It had funding for the border, significant funding for the border, but it also included more work on work permits and on visas, something people on this committee and a number of people on both sides of the aisle care about very much. Dreamers were covered under that bill. Temporary status people who are already here were covered under that bill. I don't remember every single detail, but I do remember is that we had enough Republican senators to get it over the line. The House was going to pass it, and then unfortunately, President Trump rejected the proposal, and so then it died. That is what happened. I only point that out because that was a very recent bipartisan effort compared to the one that was 8 years ago. So this has continued, and there has been to say that this was about amnesty or any of that, this was actually about moving our country forward, because yes, border, do more, but no great country has expanded with a shrinking workforce, and we have made it so difficult for doctors and nurses and for people that want to be here. It has made it really hard in many of our states, in the ag sector, in the hospitality sector, and others. And I just believe immigrants don't diminish America. They are America, and we have to find a way to do this. And one of the arguments that always seems to get lost is the economic argument for how important this is right now for our country's future.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Whitehouse.
I just wanted to observe, Mr. Chairman, your long and passionate advocacy for immigration reform, particularly around Dreamers, and recognize the ranking member for his helpful participation in multiple efforts at reforming the immigration system. I think with you both as chair and ranking member, there really is a prospect for doing something bipartisan and useful in this committee, and count me in. I would also flag that the next budget committee hearing coming up is on the economic value of more robust immigration, which has very powerful economic value for Americans. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I may, and I'll
Senator
get you,
Graham.
I know you want to conduct the hearing, but I'm glad I brought this up. Seems to be there a lot of interest about what to do. And the bill that Senator Klobuchar mentioned got 54 votes. I remember it well. There are many combinations, small, medium, and large. The problem is not just small, medium, and large, it's unbelievably out of control. I've been doing this since 2006. I never dreamed that we'd be where we are here today with policies that basically are in shambles. Whether you like President Trump or not, we had the lowest illegal crossings in the last 40 years on his watch. Now, what happened? Democratic president changed all those policies, and we have a tsunami of illegal immigrants that are destroying New York City and other cities. Rather than talking today about what we should do, I don't care what the base bill is. It could be what Senator Klobuchar said. It could be any bill you want as the base bill. I'd like to get this committee involved in trying to fix this problem.
I accept your invitation to be part of that, and let's do it starting with that bill, perhaps others. Today we will
Expert in bankruptcy either, but the whole goal is to have a global settlement. In the case of Johnson & Johnson, I think millions of dollars were offered, and under bankruptcy law, fraudulent transfers are prohibited, and you have a litigation model to make these claims. So we'll sit here and listen to see if that litigation model, the powers of judges, needs to be changed by statute. But the goal of bankruptcy is to take a company, try the best you can to make claimants whole, but allow a reorganization so people can move forward rather than just multi-district litigation seems not to work. So I understand the purpose of bankruptcy. I understand the litigation model is claimants can set aside mergers if they think they're fraudulent in the eyes of the court. So we will deal with that. But one thing we're not dealing with is a broken border. I don't know if you saw yesterday, there's 2,000 people on a train coming out of Mexico cheering and yelling because they're coming to our southern border. Eventually, sometime, somewhere, I hope the Democratic majority will take a little bit of time, and everything's important, but I can't think of anything more important than to stop what I think is literally an invasion of the country. People are being released by the thousands because there's no space left. And we've got to deal with this. We got to, as a Senate, come up with a solution. The House passed a border security plan. You may not like it, but at least they did it. It's time for us, Mr. Chairman, to take this problem seriously because it is a life and death situation on multiple levels.
Senator Graham, I share your concern about this challenge, and as you know, we're scheduled to sit down tomorrow for the opening conversation about this. I hope it leads to a bipartisan response, which we've seen in the past and need to have again. This issue of bankruptcy is shared not only with the full committee, but certainly the Subcommittee on Federal Courts, which has jurisdiction over the bankruptcy code. I'm going to recognize Senator Sheldon Whitehouse, chair of that subcommittee, for an opening statement. And another point I'd like to make, Mr. President, is over the weekend we managed to avoid a government shutdown, a 45-day extension by a bipartisan continuing resolution. Keeping the lights on is a win for the American people. It used to be considered just normal procedure around here. Now it's a reason for celebration and victory because we have such a discordant and dissident group that are heading up the Congress on both sides of the rotunda. I'm disappointed that unfortunately the continuing resolution did not include critical funding for the war in Ukraine. It is impossible to explain to my constituency why, when the Ukrainians are in the midst of fighting and dying every single day for their nation against the war criminal Vladimir Putin, that this Congress somehow or another managed to pass a spending bill for 45 days and not include more funding for the Ukrainian cause. This assistance is absolutely essential to make sure that we stop the aggression of Russia in this tiny country. A small group of isolationists and Russian sympathizers, largely MAGA extremists in the House, threatened to hold the entire country, the United States, hostage over this funding, despite the overwhelming bipartisan support for Ukraine. Ronald Reagan and John McCain must be turning over in their graves. I'm glad that after the vote on Saturday, Senators Schumer, McConnell, Murray, Collins, Coons, and Graham released a joint bipartisan statement reaffirming the Senate's commitment to supporting Ukraine and addressing the funding in the weeks ahead. I couldn't agree more. Let's keep this in perspective. The American people have been generous to Ukraine, but this critical assistance has halted and reversed Russian aggression accounts for only about one half of 1% of all the federal spending in our country. So for a modest investment by U.S. standards, we are keeping hope and freedom alive in Ukraine while they are offering their lives. Our European allies have stepped up and provided even more assistance than the United States, and I'm glad they have. It's a joint effort. Quite simply, Putin is willing to keep sending Russian conscripts to their death in the hopes that we in the Democratic Transatlantic Alliance will get tired of his war of tyranny. I hope we never do. Putin is counting on the West, NATO, the United States, to become growing weary of his Ukrainian war of attrition. We cannot let him prevail by this approach. We have got to be organized and unified in our effort. And on a separate issue, I'd like to address the announced retirement of U.S. General Mark Milley. Mr. President, on January 17, 1961, 3 days before he was to leave office, President Dwight Eisenhower addressed the American people. His political farewell to the nation surprised a lot of people. They expected him to give an old soldier speech like Douglas MacArthur. Instead, Eisenhower surprised many by issuing a strong warning about the dangers of the military-industrial complex. He described that complex as a conjunction of immense military establishment and a large arms industry, and we must not fail to comprehend the grave implications of that alliance. His words were a warning to his successors of one of the many dangers they could face in the coming years. The words are often quoted because they were so surprising. I thought of President Eisenhower's warning just last Friday when I heard the parting words of another military leader who has served our nation with wisdom, courage, and unwavering devotion, General Mark Milley, former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. In his farewell address, General Milley spoke of those in uniform who have died defending our freedoms, of many who have shed blood and sacrificed limbs in that cause, and of broken-hearted Gold Star families who have lost loved ones. And then he said that the United States military exists for one purpose, in his words, to defend democracy. Our military, he said, is unique among the world's militaries. Why? Because in General Milley's powerful words, and I quote him, we don't take an oath to a country, we don't take an oath to a tribe, to a religion, to a king or queen or tyrant or a dictator, and we don't take an oath to a wannabe dictator. We take an oath, he said, to the Constitution, to the ideas, ideals, and values of democracy. That, he said, is our moral North Star. Obviously, General Milley has a sense of history. He realizes that despite the strength of our military, the real strength of America is written in that Constitution, which we've all sworn to uphold. He rose to the occasion time and again, particularly under the former President Donald Trump. I had private conversations with him over the years, and the question I had to ask him was very carefully scripted. I said to him, if you're given a choice between the commander-in-chief and the Constitution, which one prevails? He said, that's simple, the Constitution. And that was the North Star he lived by as General of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. He served our nation in uniform for 43 years. He was a combat infantryman and a Green Beret. General Milley served 5 years in combat zones, including Iraq and Afghanistan. He knows the meaning of service and sacrifice, and he knows the value of offering your life for this country and its Constitution. He was appointed chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff by former President Trump and continued in the post under President Biden. His 4 years as chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff were some of the most tumultuous in recent history. They included many successes. They included helping Ukraine to defend against Russia's illegal invasion and helping to unite NATO. The NATO alliance has never been stronger, and we can thank President Biden and also General Milley and all those in uniform who've made that possible on our side of the Atlantic. We need to make sure that that security alliance is stronger in the years to come to stop war criminals like Vladimir Putin. There were also grave dangers, including an armed insurrection against the government of the United States right here in this chamber under General Milley's watch. I know he measured carefully exactly what response we could bring to the occasion. That insurrection mob was a total surprise to so many. But his greatest test may have been containing the impulses of a former president who didn't understand the role of the military, and I have to offer, I don't think he basically understands the Constitution. A president who reportedly wanted to use troops, American soldiers, to suppress legitimate demonstrations by the public exercises of their right to speech, and who prized loyalty to himself over loyalty to our Constitution. That was the force that General Milley was up against. In recent days, that former president has told his followers that in times past, General Milley's actions would have resulted in execution. Can you imagine he said that? Former President Trump said that of General Milley. Once again, a thinly veiled exhortation to political violence from the former president. As members of this Senate, we take an oath to protect and defend not a party or a president, but the ideals and values of our Constitution. May we all honor that oath with the same dignity, courage, and strength of character as General Milley. And my parting word is gratitude to his family, to his wife, Holly Ann, to his son, his son, Peter, and daughter, Mary. I thank the family. How many sleepless nights must have been part of that household, wondering if the father and the husband would come home safely. Well, he did, and thank God he did, because he brought America home with him. Problems and challenges from federal law. Whether we're fighting fentanyl epidemics, whether we're fighting those who would undermine this country, and many who would cheat and steal at the expense of others, we count on professional prosecutors to make those decisions. We go through a process here where a president will name a potential U.S. attorney. That's not the end of the story. The attorney's name is then submitted to the Senate Judiciary Committee, which I chair. And then it goes through a rigorous bipartisan process, an investigation of each one of these nominees. Until they clear both sides of the table, Democrats and Republicans, the nominees don't move. Once having cleared, they are then put up for approval before the Senate Judiciary Committee. Traditionally, that was virtually the end of the story. The name would hit the calendar name would be called, approved, and the person would move into action. Under the previous president, Donald Trump, there was a lot of controversy, political controversy associated with all sorts of issues. So you have to wonder, out of the 85 U.S. attorney nominees proposed by President Donald Trump, how many of them ran into an obstacle or being stopped on the Senate floor by Democrats for partisan reason? The answer, none, not one. Despite all the controversy of the Trump administration, the feeling was that it was only fair to these men and women asking to serve our nation as representatives of the Department of Justice to give them that chance if they cleared the bipartisan background process. They did, we gave our approval, they served across the nation. But unfortunately, we've come into a new era. U.S. attorneys, law enforcement officers who lead our nation to prosecute violent criminals and protect our communities from drug traffickers, gun violence, terrorism, and so many other things, are still central to our system of justice. I've emphasized that the U.S. attorney's offices in the Northern District of Ohio, that would be Cleveland, and the Northern District of Illinois, that would be Chicago, undertake important investigations and prosecutions that keep our communities safe. The state of Ohio, like many others, suffers from the scourge of fentanyl trafficking. We know about this deadly narcotic. It's a killer. It is a fourth in a nation for drug overdose deaths. The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Ohio oversees the area's response to fatal overdoses from fentanyl through the U.S. Attorney's Heroin and Opioid Task Force. I would guess many Ohioans would want to know why that task force now is waiting for Senate-confirmed leadership. In my home state of Illinois, over the last 2 years, the Chicago Police Department has recovered more than 10,000 firearms, 10,000 a year from various criminal investigations. The U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois is responsible for coordinating the efforts with all the law enforcement agencies in the Chicago Firearms Trafficking Strike Force. My constituents can't understand why one senator from another state is blocking the confirmation of one U.S. Attorney candidate in Illinois, April Perry, who's been found to be highly qualified not only by the White House, but by a bipartisan investigative committee of the Senate Judiciary Committee. April Perry is well qualified for this job. She would like to be on the job and should have been weeks ago, making it safer to live in my state. Another point I've made before is the irony that the senator who is blocking these two nominees is considering this a tough on crime position. Tough on crime when you refuse to put a person in the role of prosecutor who's supposed to put these criminals behind the bars. When he ran for the Senate, my colleague from Ohio pledged to, quote, fight the criminals, not the cops. That's his quote. He argued that Americans will not be safe if, quote, politicians keep attacking police officers instead of violent criminals. I just have to tell him his strategy of stopping two leading U.S. attorneys, one in his state and the state of Illinois, is the best news the criminals have had in a long time. The same man who pledged to fight the cops now proudly brags that he wants to, quote, grind the Department of Justice to a halt. I'm not making that up, and he's not denied it. He said his goal is to grind the U.S. Department of Justice to a halt. Listen to this headline from a recent article in Newsmax, quote, Senator Vance to Newsmax, blocking DOJ nominees makes AG's job harder. We want to make the Attorney General's job harder when it comes to prosecuting drug criminals? Is that what this is all about? I've said it before and say it again. Senator Vance needs to read a resolution he proposed in this body earlier this year and take his own advice. He should give law enforcement officers the support and resources they need rather than trying to score political points by making their jobs harder. Unlike me, Senator Vance doesn't need to worry about sounding like a broken record. Each time I come to the floor to ask for unanimous consent, he offers a different explanation for why he's blocking the confirmation of these highly qualified nominees. First, he claimed he was punishing the Justice Department for what he falsely called, quote, unprecedented political prosecution of former President Trump. As I pointed out, this is a weak excuse for hamstringing law enforcement, considering the former president has now been indicted 4 separate times on 91 different counts and continues to threaten judges, prosecutors, jurors, and witnesses. Senator Vance also previously stated here on the Senate floor, quote, and I quote, it's in the congressional record, my objection is not specific to the qualifications of the particular individuals that have been nominated. He said, I want to make it clear that this, in reference to both Ms. Lutzko in Ohio and Ms. Perry in Illinois. In response, I offered the junior senator from Ohio the opportunity to keep his promise to support law enforcement by allowing us to schedule confirmation votes on these pending U.S. attorneys, exactly what he said he wanted on the record in the Senate. He looked me in the eye and agreed with me. He released his objection to both Ms. Lutzko and Ms. Perry on the condition that we hold roll call votes on them, which I agreed to. And then, seemingly overnight, he decided that he actually does object to even holding confirmation votes on these nominees. He then claimed that, quote, expecting us to vote on cloture is not too much to ask. I was surprised to hear that. It was a new wrinkle in his argument, considering that just last month, the junior senator from Ohio was on the Senate floor attempting to force the Senate to skip a cloture vote on one of his bills. I look forward to hearing what his new argument may be today. If he is trying to punish those who are in the process of prosecuting a former president of the United States. What is his retribution when it comes to the state of Georgia? We now have so many counts naming the former president for wrongdoing, and we have 4 of the people who've been accused who have pled guilty so far in that process. Does he have a special agenda now when it comes to the state of Georgia to determine whether or not there's going to be some retribution, going to grind to halt the system of justice in that state? So we've reached a point where it's hard to explain. Senator Tuberville of Alabama is stopping military promotions of deserving women and men who have risked their lives in service to America. Another Republican senator is stopping ambassadorial positions being filled. And now this senator has decided we have enough criminal prosecutors in America to take care of crime. We don't need more. Well, we certainly need these 2 and many more doing a professional job. And so, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that at a time to be determined by the majority leader in consultation with the Republican leader, the Senate proceed to executive session to consider the following nominations: calendar number 314 and 315. There'll be 2 minutes of debate equally divided in the usual form on each nomination. That upon the use or yielding back of time, the Senate proceed to vote without intervening action or debate on the nominations in the order listed. The motions to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate, that no further motions be in order, that the President be immediately notified of the Senate's action, and the Senate then resume legislative session.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Ohio.
Reserving the right to object, Mr. President, with respect to my colleague from Illinois. I've heard a number of arguments that I've somehow changed my tune. And what I would say is I haven't changed my tune. The senator from Illinois keeps making different arguments, and I keep needing to respond to each one of them. But to restate my fundamental problem here, I will note that one of the consistent criticisms of my hold on Department of Justice nominees is that this is unprecedented, that when Donald Trump was president, we let these nominees sail through, and now I'm holding up these nominations to the Department of Justice. I would counter that what is unprecedented is not the hold policy, but the Department of Justice attempting to throw its political opponents in jail. Now, much is made about the political prosecution of Donald Trump. I think that is unjustified, and it is frankly scary in the world's greatest democracy to have the political opposition leader prosecuted by the sitting president. That's pretty weird. Not something that happens a whole lot in the United States of America, and thank God for that, but you don't even need to make it about the current president. You can run down any number of everyday conservatives, people who have been prosecuted, investigated, harassed by this Department of Justice. It should be enforcing the law. It should leave the politics to this chamber and to the electoral process. Mr. President, I will continue to object so long as the Department of Justice conducts its business in a highly politicized way. If Merrick Garland or anyone else is listening, please get back to the business of enforcing the law, get out of politics, and then, and only then, will I release my hold policy. Because of that, I object.
Objection is heard.
Mr. President.
Senator from Illinois.
Last week, in my home area of Chicago, a 6-year-old Palestinian boy answered the door and was stabbed over and over again until he died. And then the assailant went into the other room and tried to kill his mother. The question is whether is this a hate crime because of his Palestinian origin? Does it deserve an investigation? Does it sound in America like this is the sort of thing we want an answer to? Who would we turn to for that investigation? The U.S. Attorney's Office in the Northern District of Illinois. But the senator from Ohio, because of his hurt feelings over the indictment of former President Trump by many others, has decided to say, in my region of the country, we will have no U.S. attorney. We'll leave the position vacant. Not because the person isn't qualified to take it over, but because he is hurt and believes he wants to protest over the idea of holding a former president accountable. Obviously, in his mind, former presidents are above the law, not in mine, and not in any democracy. I don't know if former President Trump is guilty of any charges. We have a system of laws and law enforcement to reach that conclusion. But in the meantime, whether it's a hate crime in a suburb of Chicago or drug crimes that are claiming lives every single night in every single neighborhood in our nation, how can we stand here in good conscience and say we want to grind the Department of Justice to a halt? That is exactly what he said over and over again. Grind the Department of Justice to a halt. To prove what? To prove what about this nation? We deserve the opportunity to be protected by the agencies of government we've appointed, and the men and women who are willing to sacrifice their time, their skills to serve that purpose and keep us safer deserve better treatment than what's happening on the Senate floor. I wish I could say this is a unique experience. It has become a pattern. A House of Representatives which goes for 21, 22 days trying to find a leader on the Republican side of the aisle. Military appointments, hundreds of them, of men and women qualified, serving our military, risking their lives, whose nominations are being held up on the Senate floor by one Republican senator. The idea that we're holding back the possibility of appointing ambassadors in parts of the world where war is imminent and underway and could drag the United States into conflict if we're not careful. To take that position that we want to stop government, whether it's in the Department of Defense in their promotion policy, whether it's in the Department of State and the representatives around the world, or whether it's in the Department of Justice, is shameful. This is not public service. This is a political errand. I wish it would come to an end soon, and I wish the senator who is new to this body would think twice about whether this is how he wants to write his record in the United States Senate. I yield the floor.
Full employer hiring practices. Thank you, and I'm happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morant. Now we'll have a round of 5 minutes questions from the senators, and I'll start. The first person who introduced me to the world of politics taught me something. He said, humility is the first casualty in politics. So I have followed that standard when it comes to bragging as often as possible about the fact that my mother was an immigrant to this country, and I'm damn proud of it. Her naturalization certificate sits behind my desk in the Capitol building as a reminder of who I am and where I come from, and my attitude about immigration. I cannot understand anyone, regardless of political affiliation, who takes the position, not one more immigrant. For God's sake, we are a nation of immigrants, and our strength is in immigration and diversity. The question is, should we have an orderly process or not? I think that's a legitimate question. The reason, of course, is to make sure that we have a process which people can respect, that cannot be overwhelmed, and at the same time understand that there are rules that have to be followed. When you take a look at the numbers of people who are showing up at our borders now, I have to go back to what Senator Graham said. They're mind-boggling. It is impossible to explain. I asked my staff to put together a list of the number of encounters of unaccompanied children by the Border Patrol since 2008. It's an incredible list. But the last 3 years are the most amazing revelations. In the year 2020, there were 19,657 unaccompanied children who were encountered at the border, 19,000. 2021, 140,000. 2022, 149,000. 2023, 131,000. The obvious question is, what changed and changed so dramatically during that period of time? It certainly wasn't the enactment of legislation by Congress. We've done nothing, virtually nothing, when it comes to policy changes in this country. But there is something going on, a force, an economic force, a demographic force, whatever it may be, that is pushing or pulling more and more people to our borders in numbers unprecedented. The obvious question is, should we do something about it? And can we do something that is balanced, not the not one immigrant theory and not the people who feel that the status quo is acceptable as it exists, but something in between that reflects our values and brings order to the border. Now, I think about these numbers in practical terms. I hope we all accept the premise of this hearing. Any child who shows up at our border deserves to be treated like a real human being and treated like a visitor to America and given protection and help in the areas when they're most vulnerable in their lives. I hope we all accept that premise. If you don't, I'm sorry. But I will tell you this, having accepted that premise, you have to ask whether the current system, designed long before we ran into these numbers, is adequate to the task. Where are these kids going? Where do these unaccompanied children go? What kind of families are they being sent to? How do they refer them? How do we follow up? How do we make sure that they're safe once they're there? The sheer numbers that I've given you here make it very difficult for me to understand how we can say we're going to keep up with this flow of people and maintain quality care for these kids. So I've given a long opening statement, which I hoped I would be able to avoid, but couldn't. But I'd like to start, if I could, with Mr. Salazar. You talked about the economic circumstances that create this. But those economic circumstances have been in the world for a long time. What has changed in the last 3 or 4 years?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin. These push factors, as you mentioned, the political stability, the poverty, the crime, violence, food scarcity, lack of medical care, climate change, all of these are against the backdrop of some even bigger numbers in the world. There are approximately 108 million people that are being forcibly displaced globally. And of that number of 108 million, roughly 20 million are in the Western Hemisphere. I mean, this is the definition of a challenge that no one country can face alone by itself. We have issues stemming from a long regime in Venezuela. We have issues stemming from the beginning of a regime in Nicaragua. We have issues in northern Central America also that are driving the families, the members of society there to make difficult choices for themselves and for their families and for their children to head north. We are attempting to tackle this diplomatically through regular engagement with these countries to try and address the issues at home. That is why Assistant Secretary Brian Nichols is actually in the region now. Yesterday he was in Guatemala, today he is in El Salvador.
I'm going to have to cut you off because I've run out of time.
I'm sorry, sir.
But I certainly give you time to respond on the record. But can someone address on the panel the fact that we offer services which we offered for many years, and now we have volumes and numbers of unaccompanied children which are breaking the system that make it very difficult for us to keep our promise? Would someone like to talk about the resources that are being dedicated to this, new resources to meet the challenge?
Thank you, Senator. As you mentioned in your opening, the importance of a trusted adult in these children's lives cannot be overstated. Children, we do our best. We have a thorough vetting process to release children to vetted sponsors, primarily close family members. But when and if those placements break down, having that trusted adult through post-release services or legal services. We have more children receiving those services than we've ever had, but we need to continue, and we need the support of Congress to do that. Because of unprecedented numbers in the refugee program, which both the refugee program and the unaccompanied children is one budget, we